morning and welcome to our listeners from the Connery Cricket Centre where the game has started already. Beaten with the second delivery outside the off stump and it goes through for the keeper to take. Alongside me is Victor Eddy. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning, Carlisle Powell, and good morning to all. We are right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And we can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and decided that they'll have a first bat. 2 deliveries in the innings so far, and we're on the way with the first-class tournament from Cricket West Indies. Bowler's end umpire is Carl Tuckett, and Beaton is going past him now to bowl, and it played back down the track. Track looks a good one, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and a little dark spots here or there, and no doubt there might just be that element of some moisture, which we will probably be there for the first 45 minutes. So let us see if that Beaton would keep some good lines and length and try to see what he can get out of the surface.
Players out for Trinidad and Tobago: Joshua De Silva and Imran Khan. Batsman on strike is Mohan. For this delivery, he's behind it again. Plays it into the onside, finds mid-on. He has been on target so far, Vic.
Yes, and Beaton has found a good line and length so far, and that is always a good sign, looking to pick up your line and length before you start trying to experiment with various deliveries. And he is off to a good start. Well, no immediate threat of rain, but cool conditions here at the Connery Cricket Centre for cricket.
We have a forecast for rain today and tomorrow. Let's see how that pans out. Beaten to Mohan, and he's again behind it, plays it away into the onside, just backward of square. And they have won, and we're on the way in terms of the scoring, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and it looks good between the batters, running the first one quickly and looking for every available run. So off to a good start and good even bounce so far from the deliveries that we have seen thus far from Beaton.
And of course, we're saying welcome to 360 TV, where we're producing the cricket for this tournament, and look forward to working with the guys. Beaton is coming in now to bowl to Cooper, and for this delivery he's taking an edge, falling short of the fielder there at slip and running down to the vacant third man position for 4, and so he gets a fortuitous 4, takes him off the mark, and the score goes on to 5 for no loss.
Yes, and the batsman was good in terms of taking his hands off the bat, so the ball, it went all along the ground and it went into the third man boundary for 4, so the first boundary coming. So Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and decided that they will bat first right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And so we are on the way. 5 runs from the first over. And Guyana, of course, they're in the field. Suppose I tell you, Victor, that last year when these 2 teams played, that Guyana batting first made 324, to which Trinidad and Tobago replied with 160. Guyana declared in their second inning 247 for 6, and Trinidad and Tobago made 268. And thus lost the game by 143 runs. They were not afraid to say, yes, we'll take first strike today.
Well, and in so doing, well, first of all, that was a very convincing win there. But here today, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I would like to believe their intentions would be to try and make use of their first innings. Because, Carla, I believe in the 4-day encounter, it is good when teams aim. It is good when teams aim to bat first. And in batting first, that would mean try to set a challengeable total, but try to bat once.
First delivery of a new over. It's Cadogan bowling to Mohan, and it's a no ball. So the score will move on to 6. Nice shot there from Mohan, driving firmly back down the ground and easily picking up a 4. He just looked easy in executing that shot, Victor.
Yes, his timing was superb. He did not try to hit it hard. He just used the pace of the ball, and he came elegantly on the front foot and got 4 runs straight down the ground. Always one of the more safer strokes to play, especially early in the innings and especially for the opening batters here today at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Well, Guyana started with great support behind the wicket, and so the mid-off position was left wide open, and it was a full pitch delivery, just eased into line and stroked it back down the ground and picked up a nice 4. And as a result of that, we're seeing one of the fielders from slips taken out, and he has been placed at mid-off. And so we will still have the 3 slips and a gully. There is somebody at short third man. That's more backward point than short third man, really. And he's driving off the outside edge. And there's a fielder running around to his right and getting a single.
Well, the thing was with that, with that 4 that the batsman stroked down to mid-off, with 3 slips and a gully that were placed, that was also an invitation, no doubt, looking for the outswinger with the slip cordon that heavy, but that was not presented on that occasion.
There's a weather system passing through Vic, so it's very windy on the outside.
Well, but very accommodative for the players out in the middle.
Here's the delivery, which is trying to drive into the offside. It just takes the inner portion of the bat, and Cooper gets it back down to the bowler. No chance of a run.
Yeah.
The trip from Nevis this morning wasn't a bad one, Victor. In fact, the captain did really well. But the normal place where the fast ferries would come in at Reggae Beach was really rough. And so we had to dock at Park Hyatt.
Well, I'm glad everything went down well and you're here with us safely and everyone was saved in the end. And today, though, as you said, there might be some rain here or there. We would hope not, but at the moment, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, there is no immediate threat of rain, but ideal cool conditions, and no doubt the players out in the middle would really appreciate these conditions. Nice cool breeze coming across the ground here.
Remind you, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and decided to bat. As Cadogan comes into bowl to Cooper, leaves it alone, it dies on the way to the keeper, and the score remains on 11 for no loss.
Carla, in this for the tournament, it would be good as Trinidad and Tobago quite rightly decide that they will bat first. But in batting first, it will be good if they can try to make use of their first innings and put a formidable total on the board. Well, that is still far away yet, early days yet.
Cadogan, and Cooper is driving firmly out to the field at extra cover. No chance of a run. End of over number 2. Nothing really exciting so far.
Well, both batsmen too, they're trying to, as they are doing, playing in themselves, quite rightly so, with the new ball and with the little overcast conditions and a strong wind coming across the ground, they can possibly be getting some movements. Well, Beaton has looked good so far, operating from the media center end here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they can see a few spectators around and all the teams looking on cleanly. So we would anticipate that this tournament should be very enterprising, and we'll hope that some of the batsmen, when they get starts, that they can carry on and go past the 100 and even go beyond the 100, because in going to the international arena for test cricket, it would take now this 40 level for where batsmen would have to concentrate and their shot selections more appropriate on all occasions.
We've already seen some changes, Victor. The fielder from forward short leg has gone to just mid-wicket, as Beaton bowls the delivery, which is left alone there by Mohan, goes to the keeper. And so already, forward short leg has gone.
Yes, and I'm not too certain what that ploy might be, but some would prefer that the forward short leg stay in earlier, unless the batsman then start to dominate by executing short pitch deliveries into that area. That might be more appropriate, but Beaton is holding a good line and length thus far, Carla.
Yes, he is. Bowls to Mohan, and he's playing it into the offside. Finds extra cover, no runs.
Yes, with the fielder at short leg, if Beaton, when he really makes the effort to put in a short pitch delivery, and he really give it all, it is so important with the ball that new and hard, and even bounce so far, this pitch has indicated. So we would all hope that it remains consistent as a good cricket pitch, so we can have a good 4-day encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre between the Red Force and Guyana.
Delivery, which is back of a length, and he's on top of it nicely. Plays it back down on the onside, and the score remains at 11 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago leaving out De Silva and also Imran Khan. In the case of De Silva, having just returned from Australia, perhaps just giving him a little break.
That can be one of the things, and we would hope it's not on the other side where he might be nurturing a little injury of some sort. We will hope not. But he has done well so far, De Silva.
Delivery, which is playing with nice soft hands. There's a chance, there's a mix-up, and he slipped in trying to get that run there. And oh, that could have been disaster for Trinidad and Tobago. It was a delivery which was short of a length, and there was Mohan getting on top of the delivery, playing it with nice soft hands, started going for the run, and he was ball watching though, Victor. And so his partner was coming through very, very quickly, Cooper, and when he realized that there was no chance of a run, he turned, he slipped, he fell, and the throw missed the wickets.
Well, that's the luck that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has gotten so far. That was an opportunity for a run out, but fortune favors the brave.
Beaten again, and again it's back of a length, but he's playing it nicely and just drops it away into the offside and no runs.
Yes, the communication have to be early and responsive right in this innings, and always. The Dunn striker, I thought, was in the appropriate position to call for the run, and actually he got halfway, so if Mohan had continued and with the throw not being accurate, that would have been a run. But in any event, all things remains the same. No wickets have fallen as yet, and Beaton is looking to get his first one for Guyana.
Wide of the off stump, left alone, end of the over, end of which it's 11 for no loss. Guyana, they lost the toss, and so Trinidad and Tobago elected to bat first. Mohan is on 6, and Cooper is on 4.
Yes, Beaton has started well here in his first spell, and the fielders sort of go into their various positions. But a heavy pack offside field with a heavy slip cordon, so as batsmen would recognize that the bowler's intentions would be just on or about off stump or thereabout, looking to bring that slip cordon into play. But we will have to wait and see what will happen in this particular over.
Guyana today, leaving out Anthony Adams and Richie Lucknoth. They're in the field. Cadogan is bowling from the far end. Bowls to Cooper, and for this delivery, it's back of a length. But again, Victor, it's dying on the way to the keeper, so it suggests that there is not a hell of a lot of pace in this pitch.
No, and also to what the keeper probably might or should be doing probably is taking 2 steps forward, seeing that the ball is dying momentarily just before he gathers it. But he's gathering it cleanly, but the slip cordon not coming into play quite as yet, but it is heavily packed there.
Cadogan to Cooper, and he's tucking, trying to turn it away into the onside, and he gets it just on the onside of the pitch for the bowler to field on his follow through. 11 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago batting first.
Well, and they're on 11 for quite a while, so a bit slow on their part. But this is a 4-day encounter, and this is even more relevant where batsmen can occupy but still try to exchange the strike, not just occupation of the crease.
Cadogan again, and this one is struck on the pad, might have been outside the line of the off stump. Height might also have been an issue, and so the appeal was short and subdued, and the score remains an 11 for no loss. It's Trinidad and Tobago batting first.
Well, it looked like a delivery that was making height, more or less. Well, the umpires standing in this encounter, well, Jonathan Blades, he is at the presiding end, and Carl Tuckett is at square leg. Carl Tuckett, and
Cadogan, and he brings the batsman forward and plays it square of the wicket on the offside. No chance of a run.
But both opening bowlers for Guyana, though, they have held a good line and length. They have been consistent. They have not given many loose deliveries so far in this opening encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So quite enterprising so far by both openers.
As Cadogan bowls a delivery which is punched into the offside, and there will be no runs, and this has been good consistent type bowling so far. 4 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 11 for no loss. Mohan is on 6 and Cooper is on 4.
Yes, and also too in partnerships there will be moments like this where the runs are not coming as fluent as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would like, but the bowling has been very spot on, good line and length by Beaton, who is going to continue from the media centre and here at the Connery Cricket Centre, sporting the number 14 on the back of his jersey. So when would that heavy slip cordon come into action?
14.
Nice, pleasant shot into the offside. They'll get a couple as the fielder from cover has to chase back. And they get 2 runs. That's Mohan with his 2. And so he will move up now to 8, and they score into 13 for no loss. Was solidly behind it, Victor. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just caressed it into the vacant spot and got 2.
Yes, and that is also ideal on with the ball being new, not trying to really go for too much power, but more emphasis on timing, and they earned himself 2 runs.
Beaten again to Mohan, and this one is worked into the onside. There's a fielder there at mid-wicket, and he makes good ground to his left, and so they won't score.
But I'm impressed so far with the 2 opening bowlers for Guyana, more so in Beaton. Beaton is bringing the batsman more into playing, or more so to defending. So these 2 openers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, for those of you who might just be joining the stream, won the toss and decided to bat first. So no doubt they have their intentions as what their aims and objectives are in doing so.
Beaten again to bowl to Mohan, and this delivery again back of a length, and he's on top of it nicely and plays it down to the fielder at mid-on. No runs, 13 for no loss.
And in sessions, bowlers also bowl in partnerships as batsmen bat in partnership. So the partnership of the bowling attack for Guyana so far is good. But what is good on the Red Force, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force behalf as the openers, they have been patient and not getting over exuberant. There is no need to at this present moment.
Beaten once more to Mohan, and this one is pulling the bat inside the line and allows it to go through for the keeper to take.
Well, on that previous delivery there, we can see some element of movement going across the right-hander. And as we look on the eastern side, we can see that some of the trees on the eastern side, the wind percentage that is blowing through there, no doubt this can assist Beaton in terms of his outswing deliveries.
You look at the flag, Victor, and have to find out what's up with the Guyana flag. That one is not flying.
Yes.
But the Trinidad and Tobago flag is flying in this stiff breeze. Here is Beaton once more. And this one is trying to work it into the onside, pitched outside leg and going further away. And missed it, went through for the keeper. And so the score will remain on 13 for no loss.
And the keeper took it at a good height to going down the leg side. So that would suggest to us here as the broadcasters that the element of bunks has been consistent so far, apart from one or two deliveries when Mohan bowled where the keeper, it was dying on the keeper, but nothing really keeping below the shin height or ankle height.
Beaten with the sixth ball of his third over. This one is played into the offside, finds the gap. They should be getting one here only. And that's all they have. So it's the end of the over. And 5 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and batting first. 14 for no loss. Mohan is on 9 and Cooper is on 4.
Yes, and Guyana off to a good start in combination, the opening bowlers, keeping things relatively tight. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force openers equally to the task. They are in no hurry. They have been demonstrating their patience, waiting for the loose deliveries, which they have not been thus far many presented to the batsmen. But conditions are ideal here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Very cool out there in the middle. The players will truly appreciate this cool, nice breeze coming across the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Carla.
Definitely. As it's Cadogan to bowl to Mohan outside the off stump. He lets it go through to the keeper. Trinidad and Tobago playing today Django, Mohan, Cooper, Jason Mohammed, Jid Gooley, Terrence Hines, Tion Webster, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, Kerry Peer, and Brian Charles, who is the captain in this game. Cadogan in his third over from the far end. And for this delivery to Mohan, he again leaves it alone, and it bounces just short of the keeper. And it's tidied up nicely. No chance of a run.
Yeah, and we have been seeing so far that a lot of deliveries are just dying before the keeper gathers it, and he's actually gathering it on the half volley. So probably, but not. We are not seeing any intentions by the keeper trying to take a step or two forward. So most likely he is in. He has just adjusted now. So.
Cadogan, once again, this one is down the leg side. And he's just swishing at it. It goes through for the keeper. No chance of a run. Guyana, they're playing Shandapal, Nandu, Perez, Anderson, Severy, Sinclair, Permal, Ali Mohammed, Beaton, Cadogan, and Sankar. Here is Cadogan once more and gets a full toss, which is played into the onside. They have had one, that's all they'll have. Of course, the umpires look at each other and they signal that there are 2 deliveries left in the over. And the score is on 15 for no loss. We're in over number 6. Delivery stroked away nicely into the offside. It will chase close to the boundary. Does it reach there? Yes, it does. And so that's 4 runs, which are welcomed by Trinidad and Tobago. And that takes the total now on to 19 for no loss, Trinidad and Tobago. And so every now and again, Victor, we see a loose delivery. And Trinidad and Tobago have made very good use of these.
That is how batsmen should be thinking and concentrating. And so far, these two have been doing it well. For the encounter, there's lots of time in the game. Once there is no interruption or any other reasons for play to be halted, so batsmen need to stay out there and occupy the crease, but at the same time exchange the strike.
Cooper is an 8. And for this delivery, he's behind it, plays it away into the offside. End of the over. And so it's 19 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and choosing to bat first.
Well, and really a good decision, because I personally figures that batting first in a 4-day encounter, the intention should be try to bat once. Make use of that first innings, which is very vital in terms of the direction or the results that the match can come out to be the first innings. So it is very appropriate for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to put a good total in their first innings and then go out there and try to defend it. But on the other hand, Beaton and all the Guyanese bowlers, they would have other intentions, but still looking for that first wicket. But what is good about the partnership so far, that both batsmen, they have been very patient and waiting for loose deliveries where they have not been much presented thus far in this innings so far by Trinidad and Tobago.
Mohan is on strike, and it's Beaton who is going past the umpire to bowl to him. And it's short outside the off stump and goes through for the keeper. No runs.
One of the things that both batsmen will have good ideas of right now, Carlisle, wicketkeeper standing back, 3 slips and a gully, a point and a cover, and a mid-off. So it's obvious that Beaton would be looking for deliveries just on or about the batsman off stump going across the right-handers. So the batsman should be more in a frame of mind, more prepared as to what the bowler's intentions are.
Beaton bowls now a delivery which is driving at, it misses, it goes through for the keeper, and they're just creating a little bit of excitement there, just a little bit of a loose shot coming from Mohan, but no damage done. The score remains a 19 for no loss.
Well, good intention there by Beaton to carry it more of a full length, to extend the invitation for the batsman to go for that cover drive with those 3 slips and the gully there waiting. And let us see if he can go back with a similar delivery and try to induce the same stroke play from the batsman, but Beaton is moving away.
And for this delivery, Mohan is driving firmly straight down the ground. The outfield is very fast, and so this will challenge the fielder who was at mid-on. And he picks it up just inside the boundary as they come chasing back for 3 runs. And the score will move on to 22 for the loss of no wickets.
And what was a good indication by both batsmen is that they ran the first one quickly. And if this can be a consistent pattern throughout this tournament, that also too would bring a different segment towards the game here in this regional series. And both batsmen now, they're going to have a mid-pitch exchange of words. We would not know what they would be saying, but no doubt just encouraging each other. But that is a good sign, Carlisle, running the first one quickly.
Mohan has moved on to 13, and Cooper, who is an 8, comes up to take strike. And now we see another change in the field. They have moved another fielder from the offside, and so leaving the cover position open. And they have put that fielder forward of square. Here is Beaton, and the delivery, which is a good delivery, and had him feeling for that. Eventually it went past the probing edge of the bat and into the gloves of the keeper, and so an excellent delivery by Beaton.
Yes, and Beaton is doing the ideal thing, no doubt what his captain is required of him, with those 3 slips and the gully, looking for that area of uncertainty just outside the off stump. And that was a good delivery, that it made height and it moved across the right-hander. Can Beaton repeat a similar delivery in this next delivery, which is on his way into ball?
And for this delivery, Cooper is getting one which is back of a length, outside the off stump, plays it well in that he doesn't have to play, and he doesn't. And it goes for the keeper to take.
Yes.
We're 1 ball away from the end of this over, after which, Victor, you will be joined by Gary Pemberton. And I'm sure that he will have his own stories about his adventures from Nevis down to St. Kitts today. The waters are rough. We have a breeze coming in from the south, which is fairly unusual for us. And so our harbors, which are exposed, have had some very rough seas. Here is Beaton once more to bowl to Cooper, and for this delivery, he plays it nicely, behinds it solidly, plays it away into the offside. End of the over, and the end of my turn, I'll tell you that the score is 20-4, no loss. And afterwards, from Victor Eddy, you'll hear Gary Pemberton.
Well, thank you very kindly there, Carlisle Powell. But Beaton has opened the attack for Guyana from the media center end, and he has been very consistent with his line and length. And both bowlers in partnership, just as batsmen in partnership for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who are batting. And this is an opportunity now for me to say, first of all, good morning to Gary Pemberton, and also to extend my best wishes for the new year, Gary. But welcome to the Connery Cricket Centre. And as Carlisle said, you will no doubt say it, what your experience were this morning. Welcome, Gary.
Good morning to you, Victor, and good morning to listeners. So we tell you we're at the start of the West Indies 4-day competition, and Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and they have decided to bat against the defending champions. That's the Guyana Happy Eagles, and there'll be a change of bowling, Victor, at the far end. And it looks like Ronaldo Ali Mohammed will be picking up the attack from the far end. He has replaced Cardigan, and the Guyanese will be hoping to get some early wickets. So far the 2 openers for the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have been looking pretty solid. So a change of bowling at the far end, Victor, and we see if a change of bowling will result in a change of fortune for the Guyanese. And it is clipped into the onside for an easy single. So it's a windy morning here in St. Kitts at Connery, as we are being affected by a trough that should be passed into our area, Victor, sometime today. And the seas are rough. The journey across the St. Kitts this morning wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as I anticipated. It was a bit too rough, but it was not too bad, Victor. And hopefully it will remain that way for the rest of the day. But here at Connery, we see Guyana coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. And Mohan is in behind the delivery, pushed it into the offside. So they are 23 in over number 8. With Cooper is on 8 and Mohan is on 14. And this is the West Indies regional 4-day competition, a step down from international cricket, Victor. And here's where the bowlers and the batters will want to make the mark if they are to challenge for a spot in the test team. And I'm sure the youngsters will be looking to do that, as Ali Mohammed. And the batter, that's Cooper, getting the delivery, looking to drive, and missed it, taken behind by the wicketkeeper for the Guyanese team. And the wicketkeeper for Guyana, he is Kemal Savoy, or Savory. And so this is the start of the 4-day competition. Another match being played at Warner Park, Leewards versus the West Indies Academy. And there are other matches being played in Jamaica as well. And Mohan facing up to Ali Mohammed. A delivery pushed down into the onside. And so it's a quiet period of play. Victor, 4 days of cricket, you have all day to bat. So these two batters will be looking to bat and bat as long as possible. Nothing much has been happening in terms of movement off the pitch. It looked to be a very good batting strip here at Connery.
Yes, and if these two can just steady and consolidate and wait for the loose deliveries and build a good opening partnership from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position, that will be very good.
So
well, so far, these two, they're not off to a prolific start, but they're being patient. They're waiting for the loose deliveries. But as you quite rightly said, Gary Pemberton, in a 4-day encounter, spend time at the crease. Not just spending time at the crease, but trying to exchange the strike also to, if you cannot get the boundaries, look for the ones and twos. Because when one bowler gets an opportunity to bowl various deliveries at one batsman, it's easier in working him out.
we see a sloppy bit of keeping or non-keeping by the keeper for Guyana. Ball dropping in front of him and went through him, and were able to go through for a bye. So extras moved on by 1, and the total has progressed to 24 for no loss at the end of the 8th over. So the first over being completed by the new bowler, change of bowler Ali Mohammed. Nothing threatening from that first over from Mohammed.
Yes, and this for the regional West Indies tournament, the batsmen would really have to put their hands up. That's a young batsman if they're going to challenge persons for test positions in the West Indies senior team. And here is the platform where it can be done and should be done. And that will make the cricket going forward more enterprising when you have persons challenging other persons for positions, not just in batting, but in the all-around perspective of the game of cricket. Well, Beaton has and will continue from this the media centre end, Gary, and he has held good line and length, and obviously, as you would see, that heavy slip cord, and no doubt that's the plan, to try and bowl deliveries just on or about the off stump going across the right-hander.
So Beaton will continue from this, the media centre end, and he'll be bowling to Cooper. Cooper is pushing down into the onside. Beaton, he has had some challenges with his bowling action in recent times. I'm sure he has done some work on it, and I'm sure the authorities will be keeping a close eye on Beaton. And Beaton, I'm sure, will looking to make his way into the West Indies team. And speaking of West Indies team and test team and 4-day cricket, we would have gotten a little spark, Victor, a couple, or just over maybe about 2 weeks ago, when Shama Joseph did a spectacular performance against the Australians in Australia. He was injured, and a very good performance, and that I'm sure would inspire. Good delivery outside the off-top, making some height, and the batsman might have just played inside the line of that delivery taken behind by the keeper. So it was an inspirational performance from the youngster out of Guyana, Shama Joseph, and that would have really reignited maybe some interest in cricket in the West Indies. But since then, the West Indies would have not done well in the one-day format, and Australia would have defeated them 3-0. The last game was a disaster, Victor, ended in no time. Before I got up, the game was finished. and beaten. Bowling from the media center end. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting. Delivery outside the off stump, taken behind, making some height, but the batsman playing inside the line and just allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So we want to see some more inspirational performances from all our players, because you cannot be depending on one player, Victor, to win a game for you. Yes, Shamal Joseph did it, but the batsmen also have to come up and make some runs. And if Shamal Joseph is not going to get wickets, or if the other bowlers, Azari Joseph, is not going to be getting wickets as regularly as they should, then the batsmen also should be making runs. And so if the West Indies are to do well or to do better, you must get a more consistent performance from all of the players. And here at Warner Park, we're looking for consistency in the opening round of this game between Guyana, Happy Eagles, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the batsman is not going to be bothered by that delivery outside the off stump. I think that Beaton would want to make the batsman play a bit more. You have 3 slips on the gully waiting, or 4 slips as a matter of fact, or 3 slips on the gully and a point waiting. You'd want to make the batsman play more often, Victor.
Yes, he should be. That should be the intention based on the field placement that Beaton has here. But for those of you who might just be joining the stream, it is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against Guyana, Harps Eagles, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Beaton sporting the number 14 on the back of his jersey. And
so
that is a good delivery, a very loud appeal.
Given out, a good delivery. That one probably came back in towards the batsman. And there was Cooper pushing at it, came from the inner edge and taken behind by the keeper. So the Red Force, they have lost the first wicket with Cooper caught the wicket off the bowling of Beaton for 8.
And Gary Pemberton, just as you were calling for Beaton to be more making the batsman play, and that one definitely, it made height also too. The bounce was good. It moved across the right-hander, and the wicket-keeper, when he gathered it, he went up early o'clock. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their first wicket. But speaking of Shamal Joseph, excellent performance. And not just the excellent performance, but in the circumstances and the conditions which he performed, and performed so well. Collectively, I am in agreement with you, Gary. It has to be a collective effort and more consistency in the batting for the West Indies. And I've seen lots of improvement in the fielding and the out cricket for the West Indies in Test cricket. And to equal a series against Australia in Australia, that would have brought about a lot more inspiration to West Indians supporters who have been turned off from following West Indies, especially at the Test cricket level, and that would have brought about some inspiration. But we still would like to see a lot more consistency, both from the batting and the all-around bowling, but the out cricket too, Gary, for the West Indies down in Australia. It showed good signs, and I thought it was excellent.
So the new batter for the Red Force is Jid Gooley. He has replaced Cooper, who was caught at the wicket off Beaton. So Beaton has picked up a wicket. He's in his 5th over, 1 delivery remaining in his 5th over, over number 9. Beaton would have opened the attack from the media centre end, so no runs have been scored thus far off the bowling of Beaton in this over. So bowling to the new batter. Outside the off stump, he just showed his arms and allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. The field at first slip hands went in the air as if the ball probably passed a little bit closer to the off stump than the batsman would have imagined.
And one of the things too, Gary, the ICC, who is the governing body to slate itineraries of matches, test matches, 20, and 50 overs around the world. But West Indies' next tour is in June. So between now and June, well, yes, the regional series is taking place. It has started today, right here in St. Kitts. We are at the Connery Cricket Centre, where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're up against Guyana. And that is one of the factors, too, whereby Test cricket have to be coming more often to get more consistency too out of our cricketers.
So Ali Mohammed, a delivery on the onside, and the batter Mohan was looking to make use of it. A bad delivery, he missed it. and was taken behind by the keeper. With so much cricket being played, Victor, the scheduling becomes a headache for the ICC and the other cricket boards.
Well, obviously, yes, but I was wondering too, Gary, what would have been the criteria when they slated it was only a two-test series down in Australia? Do you have any ideas as to how or they only associated that context of the series down to two-test matches?
Well, I think it would be based on the fact that the West Indies have not been doing that well in tests. Well, they would have done fairly well, but in terms of the standard of play that West Indies would have been exhibiting over recent times, maybe that would have been a factor because they still have the Ashes series between England and Australia. So maybe the fact that the West Indies somewhat has fallen off over the years in terms of the standard of Test cricket.
I was wondering for moments, though, which we will try to find out, if it would have had anything to do with the ICC rankings in Test cricket, because West Indies is below 5, below the first 5, probably around 8. I'm subject to correction. So that might be a factor too, based upon the ratings in the ICC. But we will get some clarification as to how they went about it. But overall, though, the West Indies did very, very good in drawing that series down there. But Shamar Joseph was super magnificent, and really we would wish him and hope that that level of consistency can also come to more so from the batsmen at Test level for the West Indies.
So a delivery from the bowler Ali Mohammed came back in towards the batter Mohammed, took him by surprise and took him somewhere on the left hand, maybe on the wrist area. The ball made some heights and came back quick, sharply in towards the batter Mohammed, and he's there paying some attention to the spot where he would have been struck. And now we see the physio for the Red Force team coming onto the field. So a good delivery, a bit more pace, and made an awkward height as well. And it was uncomfortable for the batter Mohan.
Well, it just came off of short of a good length, actually, and that was surprising for the batsman. He didn't have enough time in taking the hand off the bat because it was pitched on a good length, and he's now getting some assistance from the physio out there in the middle, Gary Pemberton, so it can be very painful just above the wrist of the left hand, it appears, from our vantage point here at the
So you look at it on the monitor, came back sharply towards the batter, and it struck him somewhere on the
above the wrist,
right, just above the wrist, just in the mid forearm area, just below the band that he has on his forearm. So the physio is paying some attention to that area, and let us hope that he'll be able to continue. But a good sharp delivery came back towards the batter, and Ali Mohammed was just doing everything as not too much pace out of the pitch, but that one came back sharply and had a bit more pace on it as well, and would have certainly taken the batter Mohan by surprise. So you're not missing any in the cricket, as the physio is in the middle. We tell you that the Red Force won the toss, and they would have decided to bat their 24 for 1 in over number 10, and beaten would have gotten the wicket of Cooper, caught the wicket, and Cooper made 8, and Mohan is there, and he was joined by Jid Gooley, who is the number 3 batsman for the Red Force team. So happy Eagles, they are the defending champions for this year, and they'll be looking to start well. They'll be looking to prevent the Red Force from putting up a big total here at Connery. It is a good batting strip, and I'm sure the Red Force batters would want to put their heads down and bat and play long innings and prove to the Caribbean fans that our batters can bat long and bat properly. What we have seen in recent times, the T20, with the advent of T20, most of our players want to be looking to hit everything for 6 without even want to bat and have proper placement. In the days, Victor, when you were growing up, your emphasis was more on placement and looking to bisect the field, get runs. So our players these days, they're more focused on hitting boundaries, 6s and 4s, without thinking much about the placement. If you would have watched some of the matches in Australia, the test matches, they won the match. We are seeing batters, everything they want to be hitting in the air when you can actually place the field and get runs, Victor.
Well, yes, and the thing is too that with so much franchise cricket around the world and so much franchise cricket is played in all cricketing nations, that we can quite understand too the areas where batsmen take more chances of going for sixes and fours, because that is what 2020 cricket requires, which in my consideration 2020 cricket is the exhibition and test match cricket is the examination.
So we tell you that the Mohan is making his way off the field, so the injury might be a little bit more serious than it appeared from the onset, and so he has retired hurt, and the new batter is making his way into the middle. So the batter Mohan retired hurt on 14, struck by the delivery from Ali Mohammed, and he'll be replaced. He has been replaced by the new batter for the Red Force team. We'll get the name of that player for you in just a minute. And so it's Jason Mohammed. So we'll
space in number 3 on the back of his jersey, the incoming batter.
Yes, so it's Jason Mohammed.
Mohammed
Has replaced the injured Mohan, who is out, retired hurt on 14.
And the new batsman, actually now he is using the arm guard, and the one that got injured and left the field of play, he did not have the arm guard on. There is all the protections now provided for cricketers. You have the helmet, you have the arm guards, and actually the most important, the protectors in the various areas. And but he's making certain that that arm guard is on. And let's see now what will be the revival situation.
So Ali Mohammed will be bowling to Jason Mohammed. Wide delivery outside the off thumb. The batsman just played an imaginary fan shot just after the ball would have passed him. So over number 10 has been completed. Red Force winning the toss and batting here at Connery in windy conditions. It is, we have some high clouds. The sun is coming through. So it's nice and windy here at the Connery playing field. And it seems as though Ransford beaten will continue the attack for the Happy Eagles from this media center end, and they'll be looking to continue to pick up wickets. And Jason Mohammed, an experienced player for Red Force team, would want to stay there as long as possible and put a good total on the scoreboard for the Red Force team after they won the toss and decided to bat here at the Connery playing field. Victor, a good decision to bat first at Connery based on your experience and what you know about the Connery playing field?
Yeah, I like the choice that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has made to go in and bat first, because before the game started, I went out and had a look at the surface itself. There, in the middle or just about on a good length on both ends, there's a little dark area spot, which suggests to me that there's an element of moisture, so that might be there for the first hour or so. But we have not seen anything outside of the extraordinary. The bounce has been consistent. So far, it looks to be a good cricket pitch, and we should get a good cricket match between these two teams.
So Beaton will be bowling to Gooley. He's turning it down to fine leg. We'll get an easy single, so he's off the mark. A delivery that came in towards the left-handed batter Gooley. He came inside of it and just worked it down to fine leg. One more to the total, 25 for 1. Being over number 11, the Red Force would have won the toss. And the pitch, as we have said, we have not seen much in terms of the seam or swing off the pitch, but we saw one that rose awkwardly to the batter Mohan, who was struck on the forearm, and he has retired hurt. And Jason Mohammed has replaced Mohan. So we have 3 slips. There's a gully, there's point, extra cover. Beaton has picked up the lone wicket. He has bowled some 5.1 overs, 1 for 12. This is the start of the West Indies 4-day competition. Beaton misses his run, so that ball will be signaled by umpire Carly Tuckett. So the two umpires in this game, we see Carly Tuckett and Jonathan Blade. So Carly Tuckett is presiding at the media center end, and Jonathan Blade is doing duties from the far end.
While Stuart Rollins, he is the match referee in this particular encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Guyana, they are the defending champions in this tournament, and here they are defending up against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So it's worked into the onside down towards the straightish mid-wicket area. Tumbling save at straightish mid-wicket. No chance of a run. And so the total remains on 25. Weighing over number 11. Red Force won the toss, and Beaton has picked up the lone wicket. He's in his 6th over. And the Happy Eagles will be looking to defend their title that they won last year, but the other teams, I'm sure, will be looking to put some pressure on the Guyana Happy Eagles. As Beaton turns at the media center end in windy conditions here at Connery. And Mohammed is pushing down to mid-on, a bit tentative. Ball probably came from the inner portion of the bat down to mid-on, where it's Cardigan. He feels, and there is no chance of a run. So Jason Mohammed is an experienced player, and we're looking to bring his experience to the fore here at Connery, Victor.
Well, quite necessary that he brings that wealth of experience, but Beaton, on the other hand, he has held good line and length. A little overcast conditions, but no immediate threat of rain. Nice cool breeze coming across the ground.
A delivery. Mohammed is in behind it, as we're looking at a plane coming to the RLB International Airport. And so the Connery ground is close to the RLB Airport here, Victor.
Yes.
Every now and then you see it looks like it's a FedEx plane landing at the RLB International Airport. But here at Connery, Beaton, we're looking to land in an appropriate and good position so he can pick up some more wickets here at the Connery playing field. And he'll be going into bowl to Jason Mohammed, who is pushing down to extra cover. And the over has been completed. So at the end of the 10th over, 24 for 1, Red Force winning the toss and batting.
Yes, and this has been a very good spell by Beaton, operating from the media center end. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, for those of you who might just be joining the stream, we greet you with the news that Trinidad and Tobago, they're up against the defending champions here at Connery in St. Kitts, Connery Cricket Centre. And Guyana in the field after Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the toss and decided that they will bat first. Not off to a flamboyant start, but has been very cautious. And just the one wicket going down so far for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The left-hander will be on strike now, so the field has to change over to accommodate the left-hander.
So Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end, and we're bowling to Gooley. Gooley is on 1. We have 2 slips on the gully. Easily onto the front foot, pushed it into the offside down to extra cover. And the field that cover is Tejnarayan Chandapal, the son of the former West Indies player, Shivnarayan Chandapal. And Tejnarayan Chandapal, I'm sure we're looking to get amongst the runs when he get a chance to bat here at Connery. Ali Mohammed will be bowling to Gooley, so we have 2 slips. And the gully, he misses his run. So at first slip, we have Kelvin Anderson. And in the second slip, we have Matthew Nandu. And in the gully, we have Kevin Sinclair. I'm sure we're waiting expectantly for Kevin Sinclair to be coming into the attack. But for now, it's Ali Mohammed who is bowling from the far end. We're bowling to the left-handed Gooley, who is on the 1. Has faced some 2 deliveries. He shoulders arms, and he allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper, Kemal Savory. And 25 4-1. Quiet period here at the Connery playing field. It's a 4-day competition, so there's no need to rush it for the batsman. The bowlers will want to make the batsman play a bit more often, and the batters don't have to play at it. I'm sure they'll just allow them to go through. So Ali Mohammed will be coming in to bowl to Gooley on the leg stump, and he goes down towards the fine leg area for 4 byes, a wide delivery on the onside, and the batter came inside of it and he went past or just to the right of the keeper. Couldn't get to it. It was out of the reach of the keeper. 4 byes have been signaled by umpire Jonathan Blade at the far end.
Well, and all welcome runs in all forms and fashions, but in that form it came by wides, so 4 more to the total, which is quite appropriate for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Off to a slow start, but trying to consolidate and build a partnership, these two.
So delivery wide outside the off stump. Maybe came back in towards the left-handed batter after past the stump because the keeper was diving away towards his right. And about the ball pass outside the off stump of the left-handed Gooley. Taken behind by the keeper, 29 for 1 in over number 12. The Red Force winning the toss and batting. And Guyana, they left out Anthony Adams and Richie Luknot. So it's Ali Mohammed onto the front foot is Gooley and pushed it down to mid-off. And there is no chance of run, so you have 2 deliveries remaining in over number 12. And at the end of this over, I will be replaced by Carlisle Powell. So this is the start of the West Indies 4-day competition. 2 matches being played here in St. Kitts. One at the Warner Park, Leeward versus West Indies Academy. We don't have any scores from that at the moment. Ali Mohammed misses his run for the 2nd time, so maybe having some issues with his run-up, or just a matter of missing his steps. And so he'll go back to the top of his mark. We saw an awkward delivery that saw the batter Vikish Mohan being retired hurt after being struck on the forearm. The left forearm from a delivery from Ali Mohammed. Outside the off-stump, wide delivery. And Gooley is not going to be interested. He allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper to become the end of over number 12. That has been completed. And at the end of it, Red Force batting first. They are 29 for 1 at the first water break. As I say, welcome back to Carlisle Powell.
So Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and deciding to bat first. There are 2 new batters at the crease, but only 1 wicket down because Cooper was caught at the wicket off beaten for 8 at 24 for 1. And with the score on the same total, Gary Mohan got a delivery which struck him somewhere about the forearm, and he was forced to retire out for his 14. And so there are 2 new batters at the crease. Pitch doesn't seem to be very pacey though, Gary. Some of the deliveries are dying on the way through to the keeper.
Yeah, we are not seeing much pace coming out of this pitch here at the Connery playing field. We just saw that one delivery that rose awkwardly to Mohan, which struck him on the forearm. That one came off the pitch with a little bit more pace, and as I said, it came up awkwardly and struck the bat on the forearm. But outside of that, we have not seen much pace coming out of the pitch. Beaton has been extracting a little bit more pace out of the pitch than the other bowlers because he's a bit taller and he has been extracting a little bit more pace, but not a lot to create any issues for the batters.
True. And so they have safely navigated to this point for the loss of 1 wicket. They will have in the back of their minds that a batter retired hurt. Of course, he can come back later if he's fit enough to come back to bat. And I said earlier, Gary, that the last time these 2 teams met, which was a game started on the 15th of March last year, Guyana, when they first batted, got to 324. Trinidad responded with 160, and then Guyana declared at 6 down for 247. and Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 268, losing the game by 143 runs. But this is a new year and new match, and so they won the toss and they didn't hesitate in taking first knock.
Right, so we are at the first drinks break here at the Connery playing field, and the batters and the fielders would have gotten some refreshments, and I'm sure the two batters will looking to bat long for the team. I'm sure they would have probably forgotten about the game last year. This is a new year, as you would have indicated, new game, new venue, and the batsman, I'm sure, would have a new perspective as to what they would want to accomplish in this game. And Jason Mohammed is the more experienced player in the Red Force team, would want to do well for his team.
I think when Trinidad and Tobago made the 160 last year in their first inning, Jason Mohammed, he got to 50. The next highest score was 22. Nobody else got a half century in that first inning. And so he'd be looking to get some runs again this year. As you indicated, it's a fresh year, fresh season, and new possibilities. We're looking for batsmen this year, not just to get starts, but to keep going. And of course, once they keep going and they build up their runs, then they can put up their hands and say, listen, I've done my part.
All right, so Beaton will be continuing from the media center end. He has picked up the wicket of the batter Cooper, was caught by the keeper. Good delivery came back in towards him, and the keeper took it moving to his left. And so Beaton will want to continue. Your thoughts on Beaton? I know he would have had his issues in terms of his bowling action, and he's back in the Guyana setup. He'll be looking to make his mark. Bowling, good delivery. So the batter Jason Mohammed pushed it down to the offside. I was saying to Victor, I didn't think though that he has been making the batsman play as often as he should. The one delivery that came back in towards him, in towards the batter, he was able to get the inside edge and got the wicket. But outside of that, I think he was bowling a bit too far outside the off stump.
And just a little bit too far back of a length, because you want to encourage the batters to play. And when it's that far back of a length, all they have to do is to defend. And they've been doing that really well.
So he turns at this immediate center end. Jason Mohammed experience forces it into the offside, down to short mid off, where the fielder moves across to his right from extra cover. And the fielder takes extra cover is Pamal, Verisame Pamal, the experienced left-handed spinner for Guyana. I'm sure he'll be coming to action sometime today. He and Kevin Sinclair would want to see if they can extract any turn and bounce out of this pitch here at Connery. Beaton is bowling his 7th over. Jason Mohammed gets a good delivery, but he's defending well. Pushed it down to Pamal at extra cover, and there is no chance of run. So it will be an interesting base play when you see the spinners for the Guyanese team come into action, because we are not seeing much happening in terms of the pacers. So it might be a different proposition for the batters when the spinners come into action.
Definitely, and they're experienced spinners. They've been around for a long time. But Beaton with the ball in his hand, I'd just like to see him take it up just a little bit more, Gary.
Well, he turns. I'll be going into bowl to Jason Mohammed. Short deliveries down towards the long leg area, and the bounce to the fielder was short, and Mohammed was into his wicket and played it down towards long leg for a single. And you just mentioned that you want to see him put it up a bit further, but it was a bit shorter, and the batter was able to get a single. So Mohammed is off the mark with that shot.
You see, you have such a good slip cordon waiting.
Yeah, you need to make use of them.
He's not making use of them because he's short, back of a length, and the slips will come into play. It's the pitch is not fast enough for those short deliveries to get steep bounce. And so you want to see him encourage the batsmen to offer a drive.
So Gooley be facing up to Beaton. Short outside the off stump. So we want to see our bowlers putting some thought into the bowling, because if you have two slips, then you'll be looking to you bowling to the left-hander. You want now to be getting the ball going across the left-handed batsman, making him play. We have seen a number of deliveries outside the off stump. You have three slips, a new ball, overcast conditions. You need to try and get some outswingers going to the left-hander, and also the the right-handed batsman. And we've seen that in West Indies cricket. I've had that in terms of my concern for Alzari Joseph. I think that Alzari Joseph, as an international player, he has come along well, but I think at times he has been bowling a bit too short.
Have to bowl wicket-taking deliveries, and these leave-alones don't challenge the batsmen enough.
Beaten to Gooley onto the front foot. Just turn it down to straightest mid-wicket. Pomal is in the way he feels to bring up the end of over number 13. The Red Force winning the toss and batting, 30 for 1.
And it's the West Indies 4-day cricket tournament just getting on the way today. And at Connery, we're seeing Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Toss spun by Guyana, called correctly by Trinidad. And so they decided to take first knock. And they are 1 wicket down for the loss. And the loss of 1 wicket for 30 runs. And so it's been consistently overcast today, Gary. And we are hearing of a system coming through that should deliver some rain. And we're hoping that it takes its own sweet time getting to St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right, so we can have some cricket. As Ali Mohammed will continue, the ball to Jason Mohammed. And he's coming onto the front foot, a check shot, the ball a bit slower delivery, and he's pushed it down 2x to cover. And there is no chance of a run, so it's quite windy as well on the outside. And nice, very cool conditions for cricket, not too humid. And Ali Mohammed will be bowling to Jason Mohammed, who is on 1. Hurried shot, the ball kept a bit low. He had to come hurriedly in behind it, gets it down into the onside. We've seen 2 deliveries, a couple of deliveries keeping a bit low. One from that end that was just delivered by Ali Mohammed, and we also saw one from Beaton from the media center end as well. So we'll have to wait and see how this pitch will play for the remainder of the day and for the remainder of the 4 days in the regional 4-day competition, which would have gotten underway today. And Mohammed is in behind and delivery, making some height. Just guide it down towards the point area. There is no chance of run. So nice cooling conditions here at the Connery playing field. And the Red Force would have won the toss and decided to bat. 30 for 1, Mohammed, and 1 from 13. Jade Gooley is also on 1. He has faced some 11 deliveries. And Ali Mohammed is in his 4th over. Just the 1 run off his ball in a wide delivery on the onside. Good take by the keeper, diving away to his left. That's Kemal Sabari. And a wide delivery. So in the previous over, a wide delivery which went for 4 byes. This time the keeper was able to collect. And no addition to the score. It's the 4-day competition, so he had a little bit more leverage in terms of the deliveries. So no wide was signal. And Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end. And Mohammed is in behind a good delivery, just pushed it down to mid-off. So it's a pretty quiet period of play here at the Connery playing field. No fireworks, but the batters have all day to bat. The batsmen can bat all day. The bowlers may not be able to bowl all day. One bowler will not be able to bowl all day. And I'm sure Jason Mohammed, with experience, is mindful of that. And he's facing up to Ali Mohammed from the far end. He's in behind the delivery, pushed it down to mid-on to bring up the end of the 14th over. Another quiet over there from Ali Mohammed, 30 for 1 after 14 overs. So pretty slow going here at the Connery playing field.
Yeah, but Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't mind while they don't lose wickets, because these batsmen are getting in, and here's hoping that they'll be able to take advantage of being set, and so they will be able to push on for themselves and for their team. But Beaton is having a nice long spell, Gary.
Yes, and so his skipper is trying to give him a nice long spell, so probably can get him into a good rhythm. We would have seen his counterpart, in terms of Guyanese counterpart, Shama Joseph bowled 10 overs on the trot in the test match versus Australia. Well, he was in his 11th over, and so beaten. Is bowling from the steam media center end, and Gould is in behind. And good delivery, so he's in his 8th over, 8th on the trot, and so you have to be fit, very fit, to be able to bowl long spells. And Shama Joseph has proven that he's fit. He looked fit. He did a marvelous job to win the second test for the West Indies versus Australia. First time in almost 30 years that they would have won a test in Australia, and it was due to the exploits of the injured Shama Joseph. Has beaten, go around the wicket to the left-handed Gooley outside the off-stump with his solar's arms, and he allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So in terms of the second test match versus Australia, Carla, your thoughts on the performance of West Indies and more specifically Shama Joseph?
Well, he bowled the kind of length that you get results from, because as indicated, some of the bowlers are habitually bowling too short and not challenging the batsmen and asking them to play. But Joseph came and in his second test seemed to have found the right length, right line, and got results.
Beaten. Delivery struck on the pad, balloon in the air, taken by the fielder coming in from the middle or the forward square area, allowed appeal by umpire. Carly Tuckett is unmoved. The ball came back in towards the left-hander. He was looking to work it into the onside. Came off the top of the pad. It ballooned in the air. And the fielder came in, took it, had an appeal. And umpire Carly Tuckett was not interested. Stephen Sankar came in from forward square. So the total remains on 30. 30 for one in over number 15. Just scoring about 2.07 runs per over, coming forward, pushed it back down the strip past the bowler, through mid-on. They have crossed for one. They're going to come back for the second run. They're thinking about the third, but the fielder, Pamal, has gathered, so the batters will just stay on two, so two more to the total. Good shot, the ball pitched up, and the left-handed goal just pushed it down the strip on the onside and was able to pick up 2 runs, so he has gone on to 3. The total 32 for one in over number 15. Red Force winning the toss and up to bat here at Connery. Beaton has picked up the lone wicket. He has 1 for 15 in his 8th over. Mohammed retired hurt on 14, and his batsman is taken on the pad, a loud appeal, and is given out. A ball pitched up, and there was Gooley looking to play it into the onside. The appeal went up, and Carly Tuckett took a long time before he gave the decision. So the Red Force, they have lost their second wicket. As we look at it on the monitor, ball pitched up, taken on the pad, and the batter seemed to be a bit disappointed, but umpire Carly Tuckett is in the best position, and he gave him. So the Red Force losing the second wicket. Gooley, LBW 2, beaten 4-3.
Batsmen are always disappointed, Gary, unless their stumps are knocked out, and then they're still looking to see if it's a no ball. So I have been around long enough not to read the play by looking at batsmen. They're always disappointed. And so, Gary, exactly the point that I've been making, in that Beaton challenges the batsman when he pitches the ball up a little bit more, but he has been bowling far too short. His successes have come from deliveries which he pitched up just a little bit more, as in that instance, and so he has picked up a second wicket, and so 2 wickets down. I can tell you that looking at the game which is being played at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are batting, and after 12 overs, they're 42 for 3.
Any surprises there? For Leewards 42 for 3. They score. The Leewards, in terms of cricket in the Leewards, you have not had a lot of cricket in the Leewards. I know Nevis would have had cricket being played, but in terms of Leeward Island matches, we have not had a lot of cricket being played from the Leeward Islands standpoint. So the Leewards, I'm sure, off to not a good start in this year's competition, and I'm sure they will want to They're hoping that this year could be a good year for them, but the start is not good. Beaton is doing well here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. They are defending champions. He has picked up 2 wickets. He's in his 8 over 15 for 2. 2 for 15 in his 8 over. Outside the off stump, and Amir Django, the new batter, allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of another successful over for Beaton. Guyana, the Red Force won the toss and they have decided to bat their 32 for 2 after 15 overs. Django is not out on 0 and Jason Mohammed is on 1.
And so 2 wickets for Guyana. And Gary, Trinidad and Tobago will now be suggesting to themselves, listen, we won the toss. We decided to bat. And so we expect better from our batsmen. It's still some 40 minutes to go to lunch. And so we are looking at a game here where Beaton has been bowling an extended spell and has picked up 2 wickets for 15 from his 8 overs.
Yes, and the batter, Mohan, would have retired hurt, so we don't know the extent of his injury. Let us hope that he will be able to resume his innings. But the Guyanese bowlers, they have been picking up wickets. They have gotten 2 wickets. They have bowled 15 overs. And Ali Mohammed will be bowling to Jason Mohammed, the experienced batter for Red Force. We're looking to prevent the Happy Eagles from getting amongst the other batters. And Amir Django is also a player, has been around for some time, left-hander. We're looking to stick around with Jason Mohammed and see if they can put on a good partnership. So we're in over number 16. At the start of over number 16, the current run rate is 2.13, wide outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. And there is no chance of a run. So the Red Force would have won the toss and batted. Cooper caught the wicket off, beaten for 8. Vikash Mohammed, or Mohan, he's retired hurt for 14, struck by Ali Mohammed. Jade Guli just out LBW to beaten for 3. And the Red Force, they are 32 for 2 here at Connery. Ali Mohammed slapped through, squared the wicket down towards the boundary for 4 is wide. And the experienced Mohammed just played it backward a point down towards the boundary for 4. Good shot from a poor delivery. And he was able to get 4 runs with that boundary. Total has gone on to 36. And Mohammed has progressed to 5 and he has faced some 19 deliveries.
And you were showing some interest in the Leewards game, Gary. So I'll tell you that the wickets down, Mikhail Louis for 9, Joshua Grant for no score, and Kofi James for no score.
And Kofi James is the vice captain based on what I would have seen of the Leewards team. Rakeem Cornwall is the captain. Ali Mohammed bowls the delivery. The batsman is shuffling in behind it, keeping a bit low, and got it down into the onside. So another good start for the Leewards. And here at Connery, the Happy Eagles, I'm sure, will be happy with the way things have gone so far. They've been able to prevent the Red Force from scoring quickly, and they have been able to pick up wickets. They have gotten 2 wickets so far, and Mohan has retired hurt. And Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end to bowl to Jason Mohammed is into the offside, goes too quickly for a single, tumbling save by the fielder moving across to his left at mid-off, but he cannot stop the single. 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 37, and the current partnership is just 5 between these two.
Good positive running, Gary. They called early. The fielder had to move to his left, and so they were able to get through for a good single. I'd like to see that type of positive communication and good running.
So Amir Django, the left-handed batter, comes in to strike. He has faced just 1 delivery, which was from Ransford Beaton. And Ali Mohammed will go around the wicket, 2 slips on the gully. Outside the off stump, and Django is not going to be tempted, just allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of over number 16. You're listening to Regional 40 Cricket from Connery. Red Force winning toss and batting 37 for 2.
And so it's been overcast, but consistently so. And normally, the commentators like to call a good day for cricket a hot sunny day. But Victor Eddy, past Combine Islands player, Leeward's player, of course, St. Kitts, says what the commentators call a lovely day for cricket is sometimes too hot for the cricketers. And so they, when it's nice and cool like this, they don't mind too much, Victor. You don't have to sweat too much in this condition. Exactly.
Yes, a nice cooling breeze. Nice cool breeze coming across the outfield here at the Connery playing field. And it seems as though Caragon has been swung around to this, the media center end. So he bowled his previous set of overs from the far end. So the captain of the Guyana team is sticking with his medium fast bowlers. And we have not seen the introduction of spin yet. 16 overs have been bowled. And so Cardigan will come in from this, the media center, and his first spell, just 3 overs, none for 11. And he'll be bowling to Jason Mohammed, who's on 6. He has faced some 21 deliveries. So there are 2 slips, the gully, point, cover, and a mid-off. Cardigan, short on the onside. The batter, Jason Mohammed, looking to just heave it into the onside. He missed it. And was stopped on the bounce by the keeper. Delivery to going down the onside. First delivery from Cardigan from this the media center end.
Put some effort in it, Gary, but that didn't bounce much at all. And so it says that if you're going to get wickets, I don't think you're going to bounce out batters on this track.
You have to bowl straight. Okay, we have seen a couple of deliveries, as I would have indicated before, keeping a bit low. And I'm sure the bowlers will keep that in mind. Bowl wicket and wicket is a possibility. You can get an LBW. Cardigan, short, and he's guiding it down towards the gully area. That's Jason Mohammed, a short delivery. He got on top of it and then just played it down towards the gully, and then he rehearsed a shot, giving the indication that he might have just lifted it over the head of the slip fielders, a shot that we associate with the T20 and the shorter format of the game. But there is no one down a third man, so if he would have been able to play that shot, it would have been a success for him. He would have been able to get a boundary. And Cardigan will continue from this media center end. Another short delivery, and Mohammed is punching down to Permal at mid-off, he feels, and there is no chance for run. So all 3 deliveries thus far in this over have been short, and the batsman has been able to just play them without much difficulty here at the Connery playing field. So Cardigan will continue. 37 for 2. We have Cooper, who was caught wicketkeeper ball beaten for 8, and Gooley, the last man to be dismissed. He made 3 LBW to beaten. Mohan retired hurt. Delivery guiding down towards point, where Ali Mohammed is in the way he feels. No chance for run. So the 2 batters for the Red Force team. Jason Mohammed is experienced. Left-handed Django is in on striker. And Cardigan will continue from this the media center end. So the Red Force winning toss and batting on what still seemed to be a good batting strip here at Connery. We're in over number 17. There's 2 deliveries remaining. So at the end of this over, Victor Eddy will come back into the seat. Short delivery, playing it through backward point down towards the boundary for 4. It was a short, and Jason Mohammed got on top of it and played it to the right of Ali Mohammed at backward point down towards the boundary for 4. Another short delivery and punished by Mohammed.
Deserved it, Gary. I mean, he has been bowling short for the entire over. And at the start of the over, he had 3 slips. He told his captain, no, don't need 3, just need 2. Well, he probably needed a third man as well, because he's been bowling consistently short. And Mohammed took full advantage of that one, because it also had some width and allowed him to get a nice 4 down to the boundary.
So we have 1 delivery remaining in over number 17. And Cardigan bowled to Mohammed, another short delivery. He's on top of it, pushed it down to the offside to bring up the end of the 17th over. So at the end of it, The Red Force batting first after winning the toss. They are 41 for 2.
41 for 2, and they wouldn't mind the score, the 41, but they, of course, would have preferred if there were no wickets down. So we are in play at Connery Cricket Centre, 41 for 2, and so we have Jason Mohammed on 10, and Django is yet to score. So that's the position here, and we're seeing a change in bowling from the far end as well. So Guyana have been going about their business, and the score has not gotten away from them, and that's a good sign. Remember, it's the West Indies first class tournament resuming, and Guyana, they are in the field, and so Trinidad and Tobago batting first. Change of bowling, and this delivery is going back and pushing into the offside. First delivery from Sinclair, and Django is yet to score. So Sinclair being introduced from the far end, and for this delivery he's forward, it's lobbing from, looks like the inside edge of the bat, going away but evading the close fielders. And so 41 for 2. First sign of spin from the Guyanese. It's one slip and a short leg. Those are the close-in fielders. As Django is coming forward, right over it, plays it back down the track. No runs. Sinclair once more, and he's driving. Goes through for a quick single, takes on the fielder who was coming there and didn't have anything behind it, and it went past him and down to the long off boundary for 4. And Victor Eddy, the coaches would say, have something behind it.
Yes, where was your second line of defense?
He didn't have any.
He didn't have any, and it went into the boundary for 4. But what was evident there, right away, the batsmen were hustling through for the single, and probably momentarily just taking his eyes off the ball, and it went into the wide long off boundary for 4.
45 for 2. Sinclair once again to bowl to Django, getting a short delivery, and he's pulling this forward of square down to the boundary for 4. The outfield is fast here at Connery because it is being so dry. And he hit it extremely well too, and so he has picked up another boundary, and that has taken the score now to 49 for 2. 2 boundaries in the over so far, 1 from a mistake, and here is a delivery which is short again, played into the offside this time, brings up the end of the over, and Trinidad and Tobago are 49 for the loss of 2. Beaton picked up both of the wickets to fall, 2 for 15 from his 8 overs.
Yes, and well deserving so by Beaton, and in his spell he was very consistent and a little guilty on occasions probably of bowling too many deliveries back of a length instead of going for the full length. As you alluded to earlier, Carlisle, when Beaton was always looking to carry it more for full length, he got his results. And now we're going to see a bowling change. It looks like Palmal, most likely, going to come here correct. From the media center end. But quite an interesting over there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They have started slow after winning the toss and batting first. But how well the Guyanese bowlers have bowled thus far, and a very experienced bowler now coming into the bowling attack, another spinner. And there is a big difference, Carlisle, between a spin bowler and a slow bowler.
We're going to talk about that in a little bit, Vic. Palmal. Left arm around the wicket, and this one is driven into the offside. And no chance of a run. 49 for 2, 18 overs completed.
Okay,
And I'm definitely going to take up Victor because I'm going to ask him whether he was a slow bowler or a spin bowler.
And
But
the
it's
listeners
formal.
are on the edge of their seat waiting for the answer. Well, to be honest, a slow bowler, because a spin bowler, you will refer more to Noel Gishard or Derek Parry.
Okay, so you were a slow bowler.
Slow bowler.
Who
that-
got some wickets?
Who got some wickets?
Versami Pomal it is from the commentary end, goes very wide of the crease. And this one is behind it and plays it back down the track. On the onside does Mohammed. He remains on 10. And the Trinidad and Tobago 49 for 2.
So we as broadcasters, we have to be very careful in our descriptions.
And again, he's on the spot and played back down the track, and Pomal feels on his follow through. Well, I've seen quality spin bowling.
Oh, yes.
Not just spin, but turn and
Ye-
bounce.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Here is
Remarkable.
Pomal once again. And again, there is no chance of a run as it's played back down the track by Mohammed, who is patient. He's on 10 from his 32. It's a 4-day game. Lots of time to go. Here is Pomal once more. And he's bringing the batsman forward. He's driving, finds mid-on, brings up the end of a maiden over. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago are 49 for 2. And Jason Mohammed is on 10. And so he just played out a maiden over in no hurry. Django is on 8, 2 boundaries in the last over. And so we're going merrily along here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yes, and really a good conversation there, the difference between spinners and slow bowlers. And it's obvious because my good friend and always remains a very good friend, Ronald Powell of Nevis, he will fall in the same category like Victor Eddy.
But Ronald used to get it to drift.
Well, we both did. But who did it better? I think Ronald did it better.
Sinclair to bowl to Django. It's short. And he's going back and forcing it up to mid-off. No runs.
Good day to you, Ronald. If you are with us, you're most welcome. And we are respectfully giving you what is due to you.
Delivery brings Django forward. And then no runs. Sinclair is on target once more. And here is Django coming long forward and smothering whatever spin there might have been. No runs.
What I usually like to see, though, Carlisle, when any new batter arrives to the crease, and more so when a slow bowler or spin bowler is on, that you have 2 men close to the bat. That adds psychologically some pressure.
Here is Sinclair. And for this delivery, it's worked into the onside, finds mid-wicket. No runs, going through his over very quickly. Of course, we are tasked with 90 overs in the day's play. Here is Sinclair to bowl to Django. Again, he brings him forward, finishes the over nicely. And that is one thing that I like to see, Victor. If you're a bowler, you come into the end of the over, it doesn't make sense to give up a boundary of the last delivery.
Keep it tight and wicket to wicket. But also to Pomal, on the other hand, though, he uses more variety than Sinclair in that he flights more, he mixes up his deliveries more, so he makes the batsman think a lot much more than the bowler, who becomes the obvious, whereby you will occasionally do it. But when you have that variety so consistent, it poses a different way of thinking for the batsman.
Here is Versami Pomal from wide of the crease again, delivery which is driven down to mid-off, and there are no runs. I remember having a nice conversation over dinner with a gentleman who has in excess of 300 wickets to his name, Lancelot Gibbs. I'll tell you about it. delivery, which is down the leg side. He's trying to play it away. The keeper takes it, and as keepers do, he's getting excited, but there was no touch to that. And Lance Gibbs said, Powell, when you're bowling, if you're not getting wickets, batsmen must not score. You have to keep it tight and build the pressure. Here is Promal, delivery which is short, played into the offside. Backward point is fairly deep, and there is no chance of a run.
Well,
And then he asked me a question. Which bowler in Test cricket has the best economy rate? And I paused a minute, and he said, man, I'm disappointed in you. You're looking at him. It's me. It's Lance Gibbs.
That's how it And really, he's right. If you're not getting wickets and you're keeping it tight, it adds pressure mentally to batsmen, and then they try something out of the extraordinary and get themselves out. But Gibbs was really, Lancelot was really a really hard competitor, played it hard. And really, one of the stories that the same Lancelot Gibbs gave me too is that when regional cricket, as it was then, British Guyana against Barbados, and Sir Garfield Auburn Sobers came to the crease, he always placed a silly mid off and a silly mid on, and he always got him out for minimal amount of runs. And then Sobers would say to him, I'm your captain. We play all over the world. No one has ever crowded me. And Gibbsy said the response to that was, Victor Eddy, was that psychologically, because you gain the respect so universally with your exceptional greatness as a all-around cricketer and as a batsman. So when that appeared to you now, you got so surprised that I got to you mentally, and he was a big thinker of the game too, and that also too is a big factor in cricket. You must be able to psych out players.
End of the over. While we were having the discussion, made over by Promal, and it's Sinclair who is bringing Django forward, and he turns it away into the onside. Still 49 for 2. We're in over number 22, and the spinners are in operation for Guyana. Here is Sinclair. Again, it's short. It's played down to the onside. There's a fielder at backward square, so they'll get a single, and that will bring up the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago as Django goes to 9, and it brings Mohammed, who is on 10, in to take strike. 50 for 2 in over number 22.
Yeah, but what I would like to see more consistently in this tournament, Carl, when balls are played out into the deep areas of the field, any side, that the batsmen will be looking for more than one run than just settling for one. I think that level of cricket is far gone now. You have to look for every available run.
But the outfield is also fast.
Yeah.
And so the ball is making its way down to the field on the boundary very quickly. And so I'm sure that the batters will tell you that they're conserving energy. Here is Sinclair to bowl to Mohammed, and he's behind it and plays it down the track on the offside, and Sinclair fields to his own bowling.
But we saw in a previous over, though, as you alluded to, and quite rightly so, where the outfield is quickie at the Connery Cricket Centre, when the ball was played to a fielder on the offside, and it was going so quickly, but then the batsman set off for the run. But on that occasion, the fielder had to come yards to his left, off of the square leg boundary, but the batsman had done settle for one run. The field is quick, yes. When it's going straight to the fielder, it is more risky, but when the fielders have to move, you have to look for every available run.
Here's a delivery which is pushing Mohammed back, and he plays it firmly, knocked down by the fielder at forward short leg, and the score remains on 50 for 2. Mohammed is on 10. Here is Sinclair once more, and again it's short, again it's worked into the onside, clear of the fielders at forward of square, and the one at short backward square, and it goes down to the fielder at mid-wicket. He gets a single, and so the score will move up now to 51 it is for 2.
And Carl, you have been looking at this game and doing lots of broadcasts for many, many years. But you realize one of the things too in our cricket, West Indies cricket that is, that even though the ball is played to a fielder out into the deep and it is straight to him and so forth, even though there may not be two, But if the fielders see that the batsmen are running quickly, sometimes you just take your eyes off the ball and it lose them and you get more runs. So we have seen whereby the Australians have been they have been very consistent throughout the years in terms of their out cricket overall. And running between the wickets is also a big incentive in terms of partnership development. But in partnership of the spinners between Palmer and Sinclair, it's going good so far too.
And it's Pamal to Mohammed, who plays it down the track on the offside, finds mid-off, no runs. Victor, running does not start at Test cricket or at 4-day regional cricket. It has to start in the formative years, where people have to show the urgency and the desire to complete the first run quickly. And it speaks to a level of fitness and of match awareness. So
you start from primary school?
absolutely.
Okay.
Has to be ingrained.
Okay, good.
Here is Pomal to bowl to Mohammed, and he's pressing forward again, defends nicely, and the fielder from forward short leg skips across the track to field, and the score remains on 51 for 2. Mohammed is on 11 from his 46 deliveries, so he's building a base. Pomal goes from wide of the crease again. It's short. It played down firmly to the fielder at backward point, but he gets a good bounce, and so no runs. 4 deliveries gone in the over, and Trinidad and Tobago are 2 wickets down for 51. Here is Pomal once more, and skipping down the track nicely is Mohammed. Doesn't quite reach the pitch of the ball, and so he just blocks it. And he remains on 11. We're in over number 23. 1 delivery left in the over. Vasami Pomal has played for the West Indies. And this one is trying something, is Mohammed. It wasn't quite there, and he was looking to play it into the offside. And this one seemed to have come the other way. And so it caught him in a little bit of a tangle. But eventually he managed to defend his wicket well, and it brings up the end of the over. And at the end of it, the score remains Trinidad and Tobago 51 for 2, 23 overs completed.
And all that has arisen to with Pomal's variety in terms of his flight, his mixtures. He's using the width of the crease very nicely to not letting the batsman see him coming from one particular area of the crease consistently, and uses his arm ball, using all in his armory. Sinclair, on the other hand, a little more tighter of the two, but in the meantime now, the batsmen, they are able to get another run to advance Trinidad and Tobago Red Force total now into the 50s. They are into the 50s. A slow start for them, but in a 4-day match encounter, and this is just the first session preceding or just coming closer to the luncheon interval. 90 overs also too, on the other hand, Carlisle must be bowled, apart from any other things like weather interruptions or so, but in perfect conditions. 90 overs must be bowled in day's play. A delivery from Sinclair, just wide of the off stump. But the captain has done now what we have been saying: put men closer to the batter, make him think a little more. Let us see what Sinclair will do on this occasion. Does not bother the batsman, but for him to just play it quietly, and there is no run.
Still the slip on the man at forward short leg. And so they too must be saying, we'd love to get another wicket before lunch.
That should be the aim. That should be the intention.
Kevin Sinclair from the far end. And he's bringing the batsman forward, playing a bit uppishly. Didn't quite get over that with the left elbow high, Jason Mohammed. But he played it well enough that he survives. And the score remains on 52 for 2. Here is a delivery which is short, pushing the batsman back, and he just plays it down to mid-on, and again no runs. So Trinidad and Tobago lost the wickets of Cooper for 8 and Gooley for 3. Here is Sinclair, and he's driving firmly. That's a good shot. It was just a little bit wider and just a little bit fuller, and he bisected the fielders at mid-off and at cover. majestically and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
Yes,
And so
indeed.
that takes him further on. It's 56 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Jason Mohammed moves on to 15. And this is what you get when you're patient, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and you have to be patient and fully well knowing, as you quite rightly said to Carlisle Powell, this is a 4-day encounter. Yes, first session may go to the bowling team, but you could never tell what the pre-session could be after lunch to tea. So you have to play it at times in session. But what is good now too, in combination, in partnership with Palmer and Sinclair as spinners, one is a left-arm orthodox and one is a right-arm slow bowler. But Palmer, no doubt, based from his experiences to Carlisle and coming out of the country of Guyana, where they have produced a lot of outstanding and good spin bowlers, what is obvious and what is noticeable, what is good of Palmer, he's using the crease quite nicely, delivering some close from the stumps, some in the middle of the crease and some from wide of the crease. But here you see now going around the wicket, that's Palmer. And the combination and partnership between these two, Sinclair and Palmer, has been working well so far, Carlisle. Well, here is Palmer, 94 on the back of his jersey.
And for this delivery, he's behind it, Django, and plays it back down the track quietly. Still no runs. And you said that Sinclair was the tighter of the bowlers. I beg to challenge that with the facts. Palmer has been tighter. He is a delivery which is bringing Django forward, very tight in defense, and he plays it away on the offside. Suppose I tell you that not a single run has been scored from Palmer's bowling so far.
So I got it wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. From Warner Park, the Leewards are 52 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Well, that has to be a hurricane.
Oh.
Is it out? No, it dropped short, but 52 for 6. And it speaks well for the West Indies Academy. And no doubt some of the bowlers there would have really put some of the batsmen most likely into indiscretions. But we may not know, but that's a good start for the Academy, though.
I'll give you my thoughts after this delivery. Palmer is at the top of his mark and goes in to bowl to Django, and this delivery is bringing him forward. Again, no runs, and so we're coming close to lunch.
Palmer right on the button, really. Immaculate, good line and length. Very, very good.
When I saw the game slotted, Leewards against the Academy, I said the Leewards have got to be careful. And somebody asked me, what
Why?
do you mean? And I said, because if they're careless, the game could be over in 2.5 days. And they asked me, will the Leewards win that easily? I say, it is possible that we can lose that easily. Because if you take the Academy team for granted and play casual cricket, we could be in some trouble.
Well, and you should not take any team for granted.
Absolutely
You
correct.
should not take any team for granted. But I understand where you're coming from, and most likely all our viewers would appreciate that fact. You cannot underestimate any team. You have to go out there and always be competitive to every team that you come up against.
Sinclair continues from the far end, and he's bowling to Mohammed, and he's getting a short delivery which he works down to backward square. No runs. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and left out from their 13 Imran Khan and Joshua De Silva, and they're 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. Here's a delivery which is bringing Mohammed forward, and he's patient, just squeeze it away into the offside, and he remains on 15 from his 56 deliveries. But he's batting, he's there. Here is Sinclair to bowl to him again. He tries to work it into the onside. It goes straight, and there is a bit of an entanglement between the non-striker and the bowler, and so the ball eludes the bowler, goes down to long on, and so they get a single, and so the score moves on to 57 for 2, and Jason Mohammed is on to 16. Goes around the wicket, does Sinclair, to bowl to Django, and he's tight in defense. There are no runs. And so the score remains on 57 for 2. One delivery left in the over. And for this delivery, Django is getting a short delivery, tries to play it away into the offside. In fact, I was wrong. It was 2 deliveries which were left in the over. And so the score, Trinidad and Tobago 57 for 2. And for this delivery, he's playing it into the onside, end of the over, Victor. And so these 2 batsmen, they have taken the score from 32 for 2 to 57 for the loss of 2 wickets. Django is on 10, Jason Mohammed is on 16, and we have completed 26 overs so far.
Yes, and 90 overs must be bowled in the day's play. Well, Pomal is going to continue here at the Connery Cricket Centre. From this, the media centre end, and how well and how tight, how good he has bowled. He has used lots of variety, and with the strong breeze which is coming across the ground, also giving some assistance, but he is making the batsmen seem from different angles off the crease, and that is so relevant as a spin bowler.
And for this delivery, it's played away into the offside. And Guyana are on track to get close to the 30 overs in the 2 hours that we have played so far. For Sammy Permal, big 94 on his back, and bowls to Mohammed, who plays it down into the offside, sets off quickly. That's a very well taken run, because he played it, he took some of the pace off of it when he played it, and so they had enough time. He was running to the danger end, and he knew that he had enough time to make it, and yes, indeed, he did.
And
so
it was always his call.
His call.
His call.
Good run, and
he
his run as well.
And he called it early.
Yes. So he's on to 17, 58 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago, and Django, who is on 10, comes up to take strike. So Permal continues, and he has sent down some 4 overs and 3 balls and conceded just a single run.
It's going to be interesting to know, too, and to know who are the wicket takers for the West Indies Academy. And I would like to believe, even though you will give us the information, and even before you give us the information, I would like to believe that the spin bowlers or slow bowlers were the dominant ones.
Well, the wickets have been shared. Joshua James has picked up 2 for 5. Joshua Bishop 1 for 18. As the delivery is played quietly back to Permal, no chance of a run. Naeem Young has picked up 2 for 30. And Johan Lane has picked up 1 for 6.
So the spinners got most of the wickets in the 6 wickets going down?
Shared.
Shared, okay, shared. Equally balanced. But Pomal is trying to get another one before the luncheon interval here at the Connery Cricket Centre. That appears not to be. He's walking away. That indicates that it's lunch on day 1 here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
And so at lunchtime, we can tell you that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, and they elected to bat first. And at lunchtime, they are 58 for the loss of 2. Django is I've lost my scoreboard. It's lunch break. I'll just tell you, it's 58 for the loss of 2. 27 overs completed up to lunch, and the 2 wickets that have gone, Cooper caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Severy, off beaten for 8. It was 24 for 1, and then 32 for 2 when Gooley was LBW to beaten for 3. We have 1 batsman retired hurt in Mohan. He retired with his personal score on 14, and the score was then on 24 for the loss of 1 wicket. So it's lunchtime at the Connery Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 58 for 2 after 27 overs. We'll be back with you after lunch with more cricket commentary, and we hope that you'll be here to join us.
So Ransford beaten 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Nylan Goragan, he had 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. And Ali Mohammed 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. Kevin Sinclair 5 overs, none for 16, 1 maiden. And Versame Pomal 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 run. So that's the bowling figures before lunch. So we're about to see the resumption of play after lunch. So Kevin Sinclair will be bowling from the far end. Pleasant good afternoon to you, Victor.
Good afternoon to you, Gary Pemberton, and all those who might just be joining us here from the Connery Cricket Centre. It's regional cricket in the West Indies, and we are here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and also an encounter going on at Warner Park between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy.
So
But we are here.
So Sinclair will be bowling to Mohammed, who is on 17, still overcast. And Mohammed is pushing it down into the onside. And the other game at the Warner Park, the Leeward struggling against the West Indies Academy. And we will get you an updated score. The last score 61 for 6. Sinclair. Mohammed is driving into the onside. We got an easy single. So with that single, he will move on to 18-59 for 2 wickets in over number 28. So it was a. I'm sure that the Guyanese captain and management team will be satisfied with the way things went before lunch. Just 59 runs scored from some 27 overs, and they were able to pick up 2 wickets.
Yes, I think they should be more than pleased in that sense and try to advance that cause right after lunch by getting 1 or 2 early wickets.
And Sinclair bowls a round wicket to the left-handed Django, and there's no chance of a run. So Sinclair is in his 6th over. None for 17. Still overcast conditions here at Connery. Flatter, faster. And Django coming onto the front foot. The hands of the bowler going in the air. He was hoping to breach the defense of Amir Django, but he was to the measure of it. And the total remains on 59 for 2. This is the first round of the regional 4-day competition. And the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are the defending champions. And they would want to start well. And they have been doing pretty well so far. They've been able to keep the tight rein on the Red Force batting, flatter, faster on the onside, swinging. Gets it down to the long leg boundary for a single. And total moves on with that single to 60 for 2 to bring up the end of the first over after lunch. And the Red Force batsmen would want to reconsolidate their innings.
Yes, and try to build a good partnership here for their team. But obvious thing we usually observe in cricket too, that on many occasions we have seen just after intervals or before intervals wickets going down. I'm not predicting that will happen on this occasion. So, but it happens very often in cricket. But interestingly so now, it looks like they're going to replace more confidence into Beaton. He is going to resume from the media centre and right after lunch. He opened the bowling for the defending champions, Guyana. And here we see now having an opportunity just after lunch to look for that early breakthrough just after lunch, as it takes batsmen times to settle in again right after the interval. But how consistent can Beaton be in this his second spell operating from the media centre end right here at the Connery Cricket Centre? We will have to wait and see, Gary Pemberton.
So his first spell, he had 8 overs, 2 for 15, 2 maidens. He'll be going to bowl through the left-handed Amir Django, who is on 11. Overcast here at Connery. And his forces into the offside, goes quickly for the first run, thinking about the second. They'll get it as a bit of a fumble down on the deep cover boundary. And the fielder down there is Raymond Perez. And the batsman able to come back for 2 runs. So with the 2, the total has gone on to 62. And the partnership 30 from some 80 balls. And Jason Mohammed was scoring 18. As it's going to be Django will be facing up to Beaton. Beaton is in his 9th over from this media centre end. This is the second over after lunch. It's forced it into the offside. So recovers. The fielder Perez has some more running to do down towards the deep cover boundary. And then we get another easy two. So a ball outside the off stump a bit too wide. And Django was able to push it down to deep cover for 2 more runs.
Yeah, and we're seeing more purpose in the running between the wickets, running the first one quickly, looking for every available run, especially when the ball go in the deeper areas of the field on any side of the field here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So these two going about, obviously trying to build a partnership and put the Red Force in a more commanding position on day one right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
So it's overcast around the wicket. And Django is to the measure of a delivery, coming back in towards him, short. Total remains on 64, so beaten, picking up the 2 wickets. We didn't get any word on the injured Vikesh Mohan. We'll probably try and get some word for you on his injury, or the state of his injury, or if it is serious enough to prevent him from resuming his innings later on in the Red Force batting. But for now, it's Jason Mohammed and Amir Django who is in the middle. It's quite overcast and hazy here in Connery. As beaten, will go over the wicket. And Django is driving. And the bowler got a hand to it, went down towards mid-off, where Cardigan is in the way he feels and prevents any possibility of a run. So reconsolidation time for these 2 batters. The Red Force would want to probably try and rotate the strike some more and get some more runs on the board, Victor.
Yeah, and one of the things about exchanging the strike is that no one bowler get too much of an opportunity to bowl various deliveries or a lot of deliveries to one particular batsman when the strike has been exchanged.
Short, and it's punching into the offside. This one will go closer to the boundary. It will actually go into the ropes now for 4. It was a short ball, and the batter Django just onto the back foot and forces it through extra cover down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and what was good about that stroke too that Django got for 4 into the deep cover boundary area was that he placed his emphasis on timing and not so much so on power, and it went nicely across the deep extra cover boundary for 4. So these two so far, just after lunch, they are accumulating more boundaries than they did in the session preceding the luncheon interval, but beaten the chief wicket taker so far in this innings for the defending champions. He's on his way.
We've seen some 8 runs in this over from beaten. And Django is just to the measure of it to bring up the end of that over. The second over after lunch, and the Red Force team, they have progressed to 68 for 2 at lunch. They were 58, so they've scored some 10 runs in the 2 overs after lunch.
Yeah, and that's good. And what is also good for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position is that there's a left and right hander at the crease. So every bowler would have to adjust their line and length, especially if they keep exchanging the strike where they're getting the singles. So the field will have to change for the left-hander, change back to the right-hander. So too many dot balls to either batsman from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position should not get in their way. But here is Sinclair trying to get another wicket.
So Mohammed just pushed it into the onside, and there is no chance of a run. So Sinclair is in his 7th over, none for 18. Mohammed is on 18 and knocked down by the fielder at forward short leg. So the fielder at forward short leg is Raymond Perez. Here's a slip. You have a slip in Kelvin Anderson. Flatter, faster. Onto the front foot is Mohammed, the hands of the bowler, Kevin Sinclair, going in the air. Maybe was hoping that the fielder lurking at forward short leg could have taken a catch, but the ball dropping well short of him. So Sinclair will try once more. Easily into the onside by Jason Mohammed. And the total remains on 68. The Red Force winning the toss and batting here at Connery. Flatter, faster, and Mohammed is on to the back foot into the offside, no chance of a run. So we have seen some 5 deliveries, 5 dot balls, 1 delivery remaining. New over from Sinclair. Down the pitch and drive, an easy single, go down to long on to bring up the end of that over. The third over after lunch, one just the single coming from the over from Sinclair, and the total after 30 overs, 69 for 2.
Yeah, and Gary Pemberton, in that last delivery, it was played down to a wide, long on position. The fielder had to come off of the boundary, move paces to his right, but the batsman had done already settled for one. If they were more purposeful in running, the fielder might have just took his eye off the ball, but that was not to be. So if we can see a little more consistency when the ball plays out in the deeper areas, that they run the first one quickly, looking for every available run, you may have a different view in terms of how you may see that aspect. But I believe that's an area too that the regional cricket will have to concentrate on. When the ball played in deep areas of the field, look for every available run and not just settle for the one run.
So Beaton has been replaced by Pramod. He just had the 1 over after lunch. So another very good over. We saw some 8 runs coming from it. It was a bit too short and a bit too wide. So Pramod has been brought back into the attack. And Mohammed is driving. Goes down to mid-off where Beaton is in the way. He fields. And there is no chance of runs. It's always good to put pressure on the fielders, especially the fielders in the deep. And Pramod will go around the wicket to Jason Mohammed, who is onto the front foot, pushed it down into the onside of the strip, and Pramod just moving around to his right, he picks up, and there is no chance of a run. So Red Force will want to consolidate and get a good partnership between these two. And Pramod, on the other hand, I'm sure would have other ideas, flatter, faster off the pad. And Perez from forward short leg. And the keeper is now indicating to Perez where he should be standing at forward short leg. Keeper is Sabri. Kemal Sabri around the wicket. And Mohammed's forces down towards the cover point area where the fielder moves across the Sinclair quickly but couldn't stop the single, one more to the total. It has gone on to 70 for 2 win over number 31. The Red Force winning the toss this morning, and they decided to bat, and I'm sure they would have been a bit disappointed that they would have lost 2 wickets before lunch for only 58 runs. It would have been, I'm sure they would have been feeling better if they were 58 without loss, but they would have lost 2 wickets and also an injury to the batsman Mohan, and there was Django coming on the strip to Pramod and gets it into the onside, no chance of a run. So he's looking to give the charge to Pramod as he will go over the wicket. This time he's defensively forward, just pushed it back down the strip on the offside to bring up the end of another a quiet over, just 1 run coming from the over from Pramod, and the Red Force 70 for 2 after that over.
Yes, and Pramod has been very impressive so far in his spells. Before lunch and right after lunch, hitting the target well. And one of the obvious things about Pramod, he uses the crease very well. He does not deliver most of his deliveries from one particular areas of the crease. He used the width of the crease, so that actually indicates to the batsman that he has to pick up the deliveries coming from different angles, bowling around the wicket and over the wicket, and really doing all the things that spinners usually do to try to put the batsman into indiscretions.
So Sinclair is back into the attack, and he's a single down to long on. So with that single, Mohammed will move on to 21. And the score 71 for 2 in over number 32. Remember, this is a 4-day encounter. Started at 10 a.m. And the other game, Leewards versus the West Indies Academy. There were also 2 matches being played in Jamaica. Kevin Sinclair around the wicket. And Django forces into the offside. Not fielded cleanly, but the fielding completed by Pramod at the cover point area, and no chance of a run. 71 for 2. Sinclair around the wicket. Flatter, faster, forced it into the offside down to Pomal again at cover point. He fields. And there is no chance of a run. So Sinclair's in his 8 over, none for 20. Pomal has bowled 6 overs for 2 runs, 4 maidens on the wicket, and Django is onto the front foot, just pushed it down into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So Sinclair will go around the wicket to Django. Django is onto the front foot, just push it again down back on the strip. So the 4-day competition started this morning, and a grand prize victor of $250,000 for the winner.
US?
US dollars. Django is onto the front foot, pushed it down into the offside to go up the end of another over. We just saw some 1 run coming from it, 71 for 2 at the end of it.
Yes, and the Guyana, as the defending champions, they are also knowing that they have to get in this 90 overs in the day's play. So both Sinclair and Pomal being the better of the two, left-arm orthodox spinner, holding his own, has been quite economical and really showing that coming from the highest level of cricket, which is Test cricket, which he has had opportunities to play before, he is demonstrating, and the use of the crease is very important, and he's doing it quite nicely here at the Canary Cricket Centre. 1 play down to point, and
hesitation as the fielder at point didn't feel it cleanly. They were looking for the single, but then he was sent back by Mohammed, and no damage done. So 71 for 2 wickets. And Pomal, the experienced left arm orthodox, goes around the wicket, flight the delivery, and Mohammed is onto the front foot, just pushed it down to the offside, and there is no chance of a run. So we have the captain at slip, that's Kelvin Anderson. Pomal around the wicket, flatter, faster down the strip, lifting it over mid-on. It will go close to the boundary. The fielder will pull it back just inside the ropes, and the batsman calls for 2. So there was a shot that the batsman Mohammed came down the strip and played it in the air deliberately over the head of mid-on, and he was able to pick up 2 runs.
yes, from a flighted delivery from Pomal, and quite nicely executed, safely over the head of the fielder at a wideish mid-on, not right back on the boundary actually.
Around the wicket, and Mohammed just eases it into the onside down to straightest mid wicket. There is no chance of a run. At mid wicket we have Matthew Nandu and the captain Kelvin Anderson. He's at first slip. Mohammed onto the back foot, forces down towards the back quarter point, tumbling save by the fielder, that's Shandapal, knocks it down, and the batsman calls for a single. Had some grounds to cover across his left, and he was able to knock it down and prevented what certainly would have been 4 if it had gone past him. So that's a single. So with that single, the total moves on to 74. And for Django, Shandapal has gone down on the mid-wicket fence for the left-handed Amir Django, who is on 19, Mohammed on 24, flatter, faster, and Django pushed it down into the onside to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, the Red Force 33 overs completed. They are 74 for 2 wickets.
Yes, and this has been a very interesting and important spell by Pomal. Obviously, the leading spinner in this Guyana lineup, and the more experience of any other spinner in the team, and what a lovely spell he has been having so far. Well, at the same time though, they are really the spinners that is putting in their overs because they are quite aware that they have to get in 90 overs in their day's play. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they won the toss and decided that they will bat. So right after lunch, we have seen some consolidation here between these two, and Gary Pemberton, they are building a partnership at the moment.
Yes, so they came together when they scored on 32. The second wicket fell at 32, so a partnership of some 42 runs between these two experienced players. Jason, the more experienced of the two, Jason Mohammed, he's on 24. He has faced 77 deliveries. And Django, 48 deliveries for his 19. And there is Mohammed clipping it into the onside. And the fielder, straight mid-wicket, kept it in front of him to prevent any possibility of a run. So that's Stephen Sankar at a straightish mid-wicket. And in the last couple of deliveries, or maybe a couple of overs, we have seen that Jason Mohammed is looking to get a bit more aggressive. And he's onto the back foot, looking to work it into the onside, knocked down by the fielder at forward short leg, that's Perez. And the keeper completed the fielding on the offside. 74 for 2. And the Red Force had a current run rate of 2.22. After winning the toss and batting here at the Connery playing field. Still overcast. It has been overcast and hazy for the entire day. The sunshine came out briefly earlier this morning. Flutter fast on the onside, goes down towards fine leg. Maybe coming off the pad of the keeper. We'll wait to see the signal from the umpire if there's any. And there's no signal, so he probably, well, obviously came off the bat or the glove of the batsman Mohammed. So with a single, he has gone on to 25. 75 for 2 wickets. And Sinclair is bowling from the far end. He's in his 9th over. Flutter faster, forces into the offside. And they will get the single eventually as the fielder came across to his right from extra cover. Couldn't stop it cleanly. And he had to retrieve it down towards the back of the point area to bring up a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 76. And Django, with that single, has gone on to 20. And Jason Mohammed is on 25, comes into strike. Current run rate 2.26. So Mohammed facing up to Sinclair. Down the strip and drive down towards the widest mid-off area. The fielder moves across to his left, he fields and prevents any possible as a single. That's Chandapal, Tejan Chandapal at mid-off. And for Django, the fielder has been placed down on the back of the square fence. Flutter, faster, and Django is in behind it, pushed it back on the strip to bring up the end of another tidy over there from St. Clair. The 2 runs coming from it, 77 for 2, and the Red Force.
Yes, and the Red Force, they are consolidating after the luncheon interval here at the Connery Cricket Centre, even though it has been overcast for most of the day's place thus far, but there is no immediate threat of rain, just that pleasant atmosphere for those who are out in the middle. And when we look to on the far side, we are seeing the Trinidad and Tobago flag flying, but we have not seen the Guyana flag on one of those poles. So eventually that might go up sometime later or sometime earlier tomorrow. But Pomal, what a good spell he has been having from the media center end, and he's going to continue as the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Flutter faster, and Mohammed is guiding it down towards the back of the point area. There is no chance of a run. Pomal is in his 8th over, none for 5. Very tight spell of bowling thus far from the experienced left arm bowler Pomal. Round the wicket. Slow delivery, but the batsman is not going to be tempted. That's Mohammed, just pushed it down into the offside. And there is no chance of a run, so the Guyanese bowlers will want to continue to keep things tight here at Connery. Into the onside, he's working around the corner. The fielder from the first slip area had to retrieve down towards the short back of the square area. One more to Mohammed. With that single, he moves on to 27. 78 for 2. And Django comes into strike. He's on 20. So Chandapal is on the mid-wicket fence. There's also a long on. Pomal will go over the wicket. Onto the back foot, forced it into the offside. He's going down towards the deep cover boundary. The fielder is giving chase, and he will pick it up just inside the boundary. The batsman have enough time for 2. So 2 more to the total, and Django moves on to 22. And looks like Nandu, the fielder, who recovers down deep on the cover boundary. 80 for two in over number 35. So 2 deliveries remaining. And Pamal is in his 8 over. Go over the wicket to Django. Comes on his strip and drive in. We're going to need the single. As beaten at long on, has to move across to his right. And with that single, total has gone on to 81. And the partnership is 49. Jason Mohammed 26. 23 to Django. So as Pamal will go around the wicket. Partnership over 49 between these two. Very important runs for the Red Force team. They would have lost their second wicket when they scored on 32. And they would have also lost Vikesh Mohan. He's retired hurt. And so it's going to be Pamal around the wicket to Jason Mohammed. Down the strip, and his drive in goes down to mid-on deep for an easy single to bring up a single, take the score to 82, and with that the 50 partnership between these two has come up with a very good partnership for the Red Force team.
Excellent partnership between these two, and also too the partnership is providing a foundation now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force for they to capitalize, and these two who are at the crease, the left-hander and the right-hander, they are making it more difficult for the bowlers, especially when the strike is being exchanged in terms of singles, where you have to bowl to the left-hander, then the right-hander. But the scoring rate has accelerated after lunch. Before lunch, yes, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss, they were a little more on the slow side. And that is why you have to be patient. You have to wait for your opportunity to get the loose deliveries and put it away. Because right after lunch, Gary, we can see the 50 partnership going up, and also the scoring rate also excelling right after lunch.
So Pamal, his last over, some 5 runs coming from that over, the most expensive over of his spell so far. So Sinclair will continue. He has bowled 9 overs at none for 23, and it will be Mohammed, who's on 28, to be facing up to Sinclair, and he's just working it into the onside. So on the onside we have, there is a backward square, there is a mid wicket, there's also a shortish mid on or straightish mid on, and there's a long on, a Sinclair over the wicket. Down the pitch, when he gets there, that's Mohammed just pushed it down to straightish mid wicket, where it is Nando. He's in the way he feels. There is no chance of a run. Flatter, faster. And Mohammed giving himself room and plays into the offside, goes through for a single, and the fielder, that's Kelvin Anderson, running away from slip down towards the point area. He picked it up, but the batsman had enough time to cross for a single, and the score moves on to 83 for 2 wickets in over number 36. And Sinclair is in his 10th over, none for 24, bowling from the far end. Overcast at the Connery. Django is onto the front foot, gets it into the onside. He was looking to give the bowler Sinclair a charge, and there was a flatter, faster. He had to defend, pushed it down into the onside. Around the wicket is Sinclair, flatter, fast and short, and he's swinging it over mid wicket, and it has gone one bounce into the mid wicket fence for a short delivery, a bad delivery, and Django pounced on it and swung it away for 4 runs.
Yes, and this assessment between these two in this partnership, what has been very significant about it is their shot selection has been spot on. They have put away the loose deliveries. They have been running the ones and the twos quite effectively, but still have areas where they can improve with the when the ball goes into the outer areas on both sides of the field. But this partnership is very valuable so far for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Flatter, faster, forced it into the offside. They were thinking about a single, then a return came in from the offside, had to be backed up by the captain, Kelvin Anderson. If it had gone past him, it would have been an extra run, but the over has been completed over number 36, and the Red Force team, they are 87 for 2.
Yes, and Gary Pemberton, you have been making the point too about occupation of the crease, and because it's a 4-day encounter, and these two who now have gotten stats, and Carlisle Powell have alluded to that very instantly and consistently, that we are seeing where a lot of West Indian batsmen get starts but do not capitalize on the stats that they would have gotten. But we would hope going forward in 2024 we would see a drastic change in that contrast.
So Permal will continue. He will start his 9th over, none for 10 around the wicket, and Mohammed just pushed it down the strip on the onside, the fielder from straightish mid wicket. That's Nando. He comes in, fields, and the Red Force winning the toss this morning and decided to bat. Mohammed is defending. He's on 29. Win over number 37. They had some 27 overs between the start of play and lunch, so they have now moved. They've had some 10 overs within the first, almost 10 overs within the first half an hour of play. Comes up, balls to Mohammed. He's sweeping. We get an easy single down towards back out of square. One more to the total, taken on the bounce by the keeper. So with that single, total has gone on to 88. 88 for 2. And Mohammed, the experienced batter, is on 30. He has faced on 91 balls, and Django on 27 from 15. Current run rate 2.41.
And even though the percentage of balls that both batsmen have faced is at a high percentage, but because it's a 4-day encounter, there is no need to worry about that equation. The thing is, if they can bat out to the 90 overs, who knows what scores they can each have if that happens.
So Django down the strip and pushed it down to Cardigan. Comes in at straightish mid wicket. He fields, and there is no chance of a run. Mohammed is signaling to the his dressing room as Pamal over the wicket, flatter, faster, and Django is to the measure of it. Total remains on 88. Django is on 27, and Mohammed is on 30. Cooper made 8. Mohan retired hurt on 14, and Gooley LBW2 beaten for 3, and that is taken at forward short leg. There was Django coming down, looking to be aggressive, then went back onto the back foot and played it straight into the lap of the fielder at forward short leg. That's Perez. So the partnership has been broken. The Red Force losing their 3rd wicket, and Django has been dismissed. As we look at it on the mirror, came down and then it played it straight into the lap of Perez at forward short leg. You couldn't have asked for an easier catch, Victor.
Yes, and that was one of the deliveries that had more spin on the ball and a little more bunks, and he gave what we would say, in other words, a dolly catch to the fielder just at forward short leg. So the partnership has been broken. A good wicket for the Guyanese to have taken on this occasion, because these two batsmen, and like I alluded to, that when they get starts, they do not carry on, but they do not carry on when they get starts. And here is another example, and in the way that he got out, there it was relatively a soft dismissal, but you cannot take away anything from Pomal's bowling, because he has been very consistent. His line and length has been good. He's had spin on the ball, and Gary, a well-deserving wicket to break the partnership.
So Pomal picking up a wicket with the last delivery of his 9th over. So he has bowled 9 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket. So importantly, the partnership has been broken. We realized in the last few overs, the two batters were looking to get a bit more aggressive. We have seen on a couple of occasions where Django was looking to give the bowlers a charge. He did it this time, but he played it into the lap of the fielder at forward short leg.
But I also thought, too, in getting to the pitch of the ball, he should have played a more aggressive stroke. But anyway, he has gone to the pavilion now. The partnership has been broken. This will bring some revival back to the Guyanese after breaking the partnership between Django and Mohammed. So, very good wicket for Guyana.
So it's the new batter is Tian Webster. He's also, so he could be considered an all-rounder in the Red Force team, as Sinclair will go over the wicket to Jason Mohammed, flatter faster into the onside, tumbling save by Nando. moving away to his right at straightest mid wicket, or short mid on. Total remains on 88. So the partnership has been broken, but Mohammed most experienced player in the Red Force team, is still there on 30. Face it up to Sinclair, getting a delivery, keeping a bit low. How a defensive shot played it through the legs of Nando, but he recovers quickly to prevent the run. So it was a bit too casual maybe, and Nando went through his legs, but he recovered quickly. And there is no addition to the score. Sinclair, as Mohammed is working around the corner through the legs of Pamal, coming across to his left at short back of square, and the fielding is completed on the boundary by Beaton. So one more to the total. Moves on to 89. The single takes Mohammed on to 31. He has faced some 1994 balls, and Tian Webster will be facing his first delivery from Kevin Sinclair, who is in his 11th over, none for 29. So Webster, there's a slip, there's a cover, there's a forward short leg, there's a mid-off. As Webster gets the delivery, he's playing it down to straightest mid wicket, where Nando is in the way he feels. No chance of a run. So the Guyanese bowlers have been picking up the wickets quite well. They picked up 2 early wickets, then a partnership, and then another wicket. So 3 wickets have been dismissed or taken by the Happy Eagles, and I'm sure they'll be happy with their performance so far in this opening encounter here at the Connery playing field. And Nando has been asked to take a few paces in by his captain, as Sinclair flatter fast on the leg stump down towards the back of the square area. Pamal is in the way he feels, and there is 1 delivery remaining in over number 38. And at the end of the over, Carl Powell will come into the seat, comes up, bowls to Webster in behind a delivery on the stump, just push it down into the offside to move up the end of the over. At the end of it, the Red Force batting first, they're 89 for 3.
Yes, indeed, and really, Mohammed will realize now that the responsibility that lies on his shoulders is that he is there, he is not out, and batting well. 3 wickets have gone down. A batsman has retired hurt, so it is from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position. It is very important and critical that Mohammed go deep into this innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and get the support from the other batsmen from the other end. But Pamal will have his other ideas. Good afternoon, Carlisle Power.
It's a great afternoon, Victor. And Pamal is forcing the batsman back, plays it down to backward point, and he gets a single, does Jason Mohammed. And he's quietly on to 32. 90 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago. It has taken him all of 95 balls to get his 32. But who's counting? He's at the crease, he's not out, and that is exactly where he should be. He's doing a good job for his team. Pamal, Victor, look at his delivery. He tends to bowl most of his deliveries from very wide on the crease. Here we see again, and this delivery is coming forward, Webster, and there is no run.
What do you think he's trying to achieve by doing that, Carlisle? Most of his deliveries from wide of the crease.
Well, I think most of it is from habit, because I don't see a huge difference in terms of the deliveries. He's coming forward, playing with the bat away from the body, is Webster, and he doesn't score.
And the only thing probably too to add to that might be is just the batsman seeing him coming from a different angle of the crease, but like you quite rightly said, which he's doing, bowling most of his deliveries from wide of the crease. So I would like to believe that most of his deliveries may be the arm ball coming into the right-hander.
Changes his trajectory this time, and it goes down on the onside. They get a single, and so Webster is on the way, and it's 91 for 3. Mohammed got a half century in the first inning the last time these two teams met last year, game which began in the middle of March. Here is Pamal, and he's forward behind it, plays it nicely, looks in no hurry, and is showing the kind of patience which is required. here is he. Going back is Mohammed, stays this one down short third man area, fielder from backward pointers to chase around to his left. And they get a single off the last ball of the over. And so we can tell you that the score is 92 for the loss of 3 wickets. Having lost the wicket of Django after lunch, caught by Perez off Permal for 27. It was then 88 for 3. And so a bit of a recovery between Django and Mohammed. Wicket before. The second wicket fell with the score on 32. And so a 56-run partnership for the third wicket.
But Carlisle, I am certain that a lot of persons who are following the stream, when they would have heard you commented about batsmen getting starts and do not carry on. Well, we have seen one example so far in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre, more runs.
As it's wide of the off stump by Sinclair and played down just about 2 meters from the third man boundary, and so 2 good-looking runs to Mohammed to take him on to 35, and Trinidad and Tobago are 94 for the loss of 3.
Well, how much does patience contribute to a productive innings in a 4-day encounter of this status?
Well, here is a delivery which is pitched into the legs of Mohammed, and he's using his feet nicely and driving this one down to the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. And so that boundary coming at a good time. He has been patient, but he has been picking his deliveries to score from quite nicely. And so he moves on now to 39, and it's 98 for 3.
So his assessment of his shot selection has been spot on also.
Brilliant.
Okay, and you put it in the right perspective. Brilliant. And the use of the feet.
Excellent.
Okay.
Kevin Sinclair, in his 12th over, none for 35, bowls to Mohammed, and he's back behind it nicely and plays it to the right of the bowler, who fields on his follow through. So 98 for 3, the red force. And it's Mohammed who is on 39. And for this delivery, he's driving nicely, firmly, back to the bowler. And we see umpire Blades just holding up 2 fingers to Carl Tuckett at square leg to signal that there are 2 deliveries left in the over. And here you see behind this one, tickling it fine. And they have crossed for 1. We'll get a second run as it comes down below our position here. And importantly, that brings up the 100 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are 100 for 3 in over number 40. Jason Mohammed has moved on to 41.
Yes, and really such a crucial and vital innings he's playing for his team here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Mohammed. He's on strike right now, and he is getting more runs. It's going to go close to the deep extra cover boundary.
It's going to go across the boundary. Again, it was short and just pulled down a little bit too short and wide. And Mohammed has been making excellent use of these scoring opportunities as he brought up a boundary. And so he moves on to 45, and it's 104 for 3. The Red Force winning the toss and batting first.
Yeah, and what would you like to see, Carlisle, now of Mohammed in this present situation where he is in command, his shot selection is spot on? Should he just remain to be consistent in that?
Just has to keep batting. Victor.
Just
not having to try anything special. Not having to invent shots, but to just keep batting. He's been doing an excellent job for his team so far. Webster is on strike. He's on 1. And he will be facing up to Versami Permal. Permal has picked up 1 for 14 from 10. And here is he behind it. Plays it down the track. Permal fields on his follow through.
Well, it looks like Pomal going to dominate this particular end here at the media center end here at Connery. And the other change is going to come from the other end because he is so tight, he's so economical. That also too can be a consideration. Leave Pomal and exchange your bowling attacks from the other end. That is just preempting what possibly can happen.
Pomal once more, and he's going back to delivery, which is flatter and faster. And there is no chance of a run at the Connery Cricket Centre, where these two regional teams, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, facing off against each other. And Webster goes back and just defends nicely into the offside. So Hills away on our right side. And looking up on the mountainside, I see some animals, might be sheep or goats, Victor.
Yeah,
There's a delivery play down to mid-on. No chance of a run. They're a long way up. It's a bit of a drop if they're to miss their footing, but I'm sure that they're sure-footed.
Yeah, they knows it. They knows the area well, so you can see that they are entertaining themselves up there. But at the same time, here now too, Pomal's spell is very critical and crucial. But I'm wondering moments now, Carlisle, what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would feel comfortable with as a first innings total.
Well, I tell you something. As an old retired airport manager, I remember a pilot once. I asked him, "How much runway do you need?" And he said, "The longer, the better." So in response to that, I'll say the bigger the score that Trinidad and Tobago can post, the better.
Well, that is an exceptional answer, because that is so important. The amount of runs that you can get in a first innings or for the encounter is very important, because what that might be proposing in the team setting the total is that they have an opportunity to go at a team and try to bowl them out twice, if no weather interruptions. But at the same time, though, the Guyana team, they are getting in their overs because they know they have to get in the allotted 90 overs in the day's play. Stuart Rollins is the match referee in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the standing umpires is Carl Tuckett and Jonathan Blades.
You see a change in bowling, Victor?
Change of bowling.
Because we're seeing Stephen Sankar, who will be coming in for his first bowling in this game. Bowling from the far end with nicely laden coconut tree behind him.
Yes.
With some lovely jellies.
And pleasant atmosphere.
Great. Here is he bringing Mohammed forward, and he defends nicely. Remains on 45. We're pretty close to the RLB International Airport as well. And so we can see the planes landing and taking off. And as Sankar comes up, bowls a short delivery, which is hit down to the mid-wicket position for 4. Pull down short. And listen, Mohammed is playing a gem of an inning. Well, he is not only patient, but whenever the opportunity presents itself, he has made full use of these scoring opportunities, and he has moved on to 49.
Yeah, and that is also a significant way to develop an innings like he has developed so far, and his shot selection has been spot on, but he definitely has to go deep into this innings.
Mid-wicket has gone about 5 yards across to his left. This one is short again, played into the offside, but he won't get a run. 108 for 3, the Red Force. Sinclair has gone off the ball. He has been replaced by Sankar. And Jason Mohammed is on 49. As Sankar comes up to bowl to him again. It's short. He looking for the single. But it is going much too quickly down to mid-on, so he'll have to be patient. He'll have to continue waiting. And they won the toss and decided to bat, the Red Force. They have lost 3 wickets. Here again is Sankar. This time he'll get a single because it's played to the right of the field at mid-on. And so he has scored the first half century in the Sinkits leg of the 4-day competition in the West Indies. And we are monitoring the other games. I want to believe that he is the first to a half century for the year so far. But the fact is that he has played a really good inning and has brought up a half century for himself and Trinidad and Tobago on 109 for 3.
Yeah, and he will just have to continue. He looks too as a good player of spin bowling, which has been a lacking factor. And once we can see too a general all-around improvement in that area, that will speak volumes to this tournament.
Here is Sankar once more. Again, it's short and it's pulled down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. And so Webster will have a single to take him on to 2. And the stats on Jason Mohammed's half century: 50 runs, it took him 109 balls to do so. 108 balls, in fact, to do so. But he has played really well.
Yes, and I also think too, an added incentive to that innings of Mohammed too, it was chanceless.
Yes.
Yes, a very, very, very good innings. But here is it now, an opportunity for Mohammed to set the example now that when batters get starts like he has gotten, carry on. And if it means that wickets will fall around him, which they will hope not from a Trinidad and Tobago red force position, but having had a well-played half-century, he just need to continue, like you've been saying, Carlisle. And once that can be a pattern throughout, we will see a lot of improvement in this regional series. Batsmen getting starts and carrying on.
Well, Permal took a little break at the end of his last over, but he's back on the field. And so he will continue to bowl from the commentary box end. Here we see brings the batsman forward, and Webster is behind it, and there is no chance of a run.
Sorry.
Permal bowls a delivery which is shorter, but has a little bit more pace on it as well, and it's defended away for the fielder at slip to knock down and retrieve. Again, he's forward. And Victor, away to our right, I would suggest that this might be the Connery Hills.
Yes, it is. It is.
What's the name of this one right in front of us here?
Oh, well, that's interesting because that would come from an area from around Keon side going further that way, coming right around. So over that side where the houses are, that is the what we call the Monkey Law St. Peter's or Stapleton area. But this mountain itself, I'm not too...
Well, that's your homework, Victor. You'll tell me tomorrow.
All been well. Fresh as a rose.
Here is Permal, and it's flatter, faster. Played away into the offside, fine short extra cover. No runs. I know that the highest mountain in St. Kitts is Mount Lyamega. Am I correct with that?
You are correct.
I'd better be correct because my geography teacher might be listening. Here is Permal, and it takes a little bit of pace off of this one.
Very good
and it's
thinking.
played nicely away into the offside, showing some variation which comes from his experience.
And now also plays into a silly
mid off.
Yes, very good. New batsman at the crease. Adding more
Permal,
pressure.
and for this delivery, it's angled into the onside, but finds mid-on. He has good control.
Yes, indeed. Exceptionally good control. The wrist spinner, in whether he's right arm or left arm, who bowls leg breaks and possibly the googly, which he should be, that is a surprise one, they are usually more difficult in hitting a good line and length right away. One of the things that suits that type of bowler more particular, but once you're selected as a bowler, you have to bowl when the captain called you. But I would prefer to see that when your batsman arrives at the crease, the wrist spinner who would not usually hit a length right away, you give him now opportunity at the new batsman who just come into the crease when you introduce him into the attack. Not necessarily that some captains may think that is the priority, but I think it would give that type of bowler a little more confidence, knowing his art. And it's the art where it is much more difficult than the finger spinners bowling from the back of the hands. But let us see if he will have a better second over we'll have to wait and see. But what a good inning so far Mohammed has played. And from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force position, they would just like him to continue.
Sankar from the far end. And again, this one is pulled down a little bit, but has some pace on it, and so there is no chance of a run.
And Sankar looks to be about a 6-footer, and really he should be extracting more bunks if he leave it a little longer in flight. But he's pulling it down.
Yes, and it's played out to mid-wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary, and Mohammed will move to 51, and the Red Force to 111 for 3.
Well, I have not seen any bowler really pose challenges to Mohammed throughout this inning so far. So what that is telling me that he's large and he's in charge.
Webster is on strike, and he is facing up to Sankar. Sankar in his second over, and this delivery, he is working it into the onside, straightish mid-wicket. Has to move to his right. They get a single. Good calling again on that occasion, Victor.
Yeah. Anyway, to your earlier question, Canada Hill Estate.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
So your geography teacher, he would not give me naught out of 10.
Okay, Victor.
I didn't get naught out of 10.
Just Mohammed is on strike. He's 51, and again he's solid. He's patient. He's been doing a good job.
And as you brought up that point too, it just shows that not given deliberations as we are, the historical perspective towards where we are seated, the scenery, all that is very good for those further afield, right out in America and all over the world. Cricket lovers, and we have so many live in different parts of the world who would be following the cricket, and they will say to you, Carlisle, you brought a very good question to Victor Eddy, and I think you should expand with some more.
So Mohammed is on 51, and Sankar is bowling to him, gets a good delivery, and he defends it back down the track to bring up the end of the over. 112 it is for the loss of 3 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Beaton has picked up 2 for 23. Permal 1 for 14. Jason Mohammed is the top scorer so far. He's on 51.
And the players going to have a welcome refreshment break. Well, welcome in the sense too that it has not been from the start of play extremely hot. The conditions have been cool there. It's been overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. You're not missing any play at the moment because the players are going to have a refreshment break. And Carlisle Powell and yours truly, Victor Eddy, are here. We can see the ground staff going out now to do the necessary gardening of cleaning up the creases and getting everything and keeping everything in order. But Carlisle speaking and going forward now, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss, they are now in a position where the overs remaining, once Mohammed, if he stays there, then I would like to believe that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will go in on day one with, if they are not bowl out, that is, with a total that they would feel pleased of. But on the other hand, Guyana must just start making inroads, and more specifically so, if Mohammed should go anytime after this session of the refreshment gap, that will pose a different transition with 2 new batters at the crease.
Yes, Victor, but I
Pure
keep,
speculation.
But I keep telling people that cricket is a game which is played ball by ball. And the only time you're supposed to get scared when you're playing cricket is if you see more than 1 ball coming at you at a time. And that is not possible because they just play with 1 single ball at a time. And so Mohammed, he's receiving some treatment to his forearm. It seemed as if he might have had some kind of a hit on his forearm. And so when he signaled for the physio to come onto the field, the umpires very smartly took the water break at the same time so as to save time. So he's out there, he's still having some treatment and having a drink, but at the drinks break, Trinidad and Tobago 112 for 3. And so we can bring you up to speed and tell you that Mohammed retired out, not out on 14. That time the score was 24 for 1 because Cooper had been out caught at the wicket off beaten for 8. And then Gooley was LBW to beaten for 3 at 32 for 3. And at lunch we were 58 for 2 with Django on 10 and Mohammed on 17. After lunch, Django was caught by Perez at short leg off Permal for 27 at 88 for 3. And then the next big event was the half century for Jason Mohammed. And so he has brought up his half century. And I keep reminding you that when these teams played last year, he did get a half century in the first inning. I think he got to as far as 50. He would be looking to convert and get much more than that this time around. And so the wickets, as I indicated, Beaton has picked up 2 for 23, and Permal has picked up 1. And so, Victor, I am sure that Trinidad and Tobago, apart from losing the wickets, which no batting team likes to lose, they would be quite happy at 112.
Yes, indeed, at this particular moment, and would only hope that Mohammed, that's Jason, can steady and bat through the remaining of day 1 here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and then they will even be more pleased. But also the umpire is indicating. So also too, what is very important from a Guyana's point of view is that they're getting in the overs.
Yes.
Because it's quite obvious to get in the overs.
Just give you a quick update from Warner Park. Last time I checked, it was 108 for 6, the leewards, and that is a significant recovery. Jeremiah Louis is on 28, and with him is Terence Ward, who is also on 28. Here is Permal, a delivery which is short, played away into the offside, and nicely picked up there by the fielder at point. They'll get a single nonetheless. And so that is Mohammed getting his 52nd run. No, that's Webster getting his 4th run. And it brings Jason Mohammed up to take strike. So here is Permal once more. And for this delivery, he's hitting it nicely into the offside and past the diving fielder at backward point down to the boundary for 4. Again, seizing on a delivery which was just a little bit short and a little bit wide. And Mohammed has made maximum use of his scoring opportunities. Gets another boundary, takes him on to 55. And they score to 117 for 3. Now, Victor Eddy has earned his break. And so joining me is Gary Pemberton. And I'll just look across at Gary in a moment. Here is Permal to bowl to Mohammed, who turns it into the onside, gets a single. We'll get him on to 56, and it's 118 for 3. I look at Gary on my left and Latoya Busu on my right, and remind them that the last boat is scheduled for 5:15 this afternoon. The game is scheduled to finish at 5, so you're going to have to charter a boat to get home, possibly.
I'm sure Victor is organizing that for us.
Here is Permal once more, and Webster is playing it into the offside. No runs. I'm sure that Captain Perkins will tell himself that, listen, these guys are bringing the game to us who love cricket, and so we'll wait. Here is Permal once more, and for this delivery, it's played away into the offside. If there was a bridge, we could walk home.
Yes.
But there isn't a bridge. 118 for 3. Webster is on 4. And here is Permal. And for this delivery, he is adjusting nicely. Goes back, uses his full height, turns it away into the onside. No chance of a run, so the score remains on 118 for 3. And Gary, half century to Mohammed, and he has looked good.
Yes, he has batted well. He spent the time in the middle, and once you're in the middle, the runs will come. And this is a nice little partnership also developing between Mohammed and Webster. They came together when the score was an 88 when Django was dismissed. So 30 runs, a partnership, and has come in a pretty quick time as well. So we have seen that Mohammed in the last half an hour or so has been looking to increase his scoring rate. He has been looking to get a bit more aggressive, and as a result, they have been able to put on a fairly decent partnership. They'll be hoping that these two will be able to continue and put on a bigger partnership.
Delivery played into the offside, and there is no run. So it's a new over, and it's Sankar who is bowling from the far end. Umpire Blades having a word with the batsman as he's brought forward, and Mohammed just plays it back to the bowler. No runs. Sankar none for 8 from 2 overs before this, as he bowls once again to Mohammed, who is playing it out into the offside, and no runs.
So it's still overcast, has been overcast for the most of the day, and the Red Force looking to put up a good score after winning the toss and batting. They have lost 2 wickets, and a batter has been with this, but he has retired hurt. That's Mohan. When he was on 14, the score was on 24 at the time. So these two will be looking to consolidate and put on a good partnership and try to get the Red Force into a much better position. Mohammed with experience should be able to do that. So the over has been completed, and the Red Force, they're 119, and Mohammed is on 57 from 120 balls, and Tian Webster seem to be giving him good support, Powell.
Very good support so far. And in situations like these, you just have to play its delivery and its merit. Not a case of going out there and saying we want to rush, we want to get to a particular score by a certain time, but batting sensibly. And Permal is doing what he has done in regional competitions for so many years. He has been locking down an end and bowling a lot of overs. So he's at the top of his mark now is Permal, and getting ready to bowl to Mohammed. And for this delivery, he's behind it, blocks it nicely. 119 for 3, the Red Force, 46 overs completed. I think they may have had a slightly delayed start at Warner Park because they're still short of 40 overs. Here is a delivery which is played away into the offside, down to backward point, and no runs. And the matches in Jamaica were affected by the weather, and so we'll get you an update on that as soon as we can. Permal, and for this delivery he's defending is Mohammed. And I think what has been important for Trinidad and Tobago is the way in which Mohammed has seized on any bad delivery, any scoring opportunity. Here is Permal, and this delivery again brings him forward, patiently in line, plays it back on the offside to mid-off, no runs.
And based on what we would have heard from the weather forecast, we're very fortunate to have had cricket all day.
Absolutely.
Thus far.
When I checked last, I noticed that all boat operations into the Charlestown port had been suspended for the rest of the day. But boats are still going into Uwali. And so you will get home, Gary. Here is a delivery which is bringing the batsman Mohammed forward, and there is no chance of a run. So Mohammed is 57, Django made 27, Mohan retired not out on 14, 8 to Cooper, 3 to Gooley, and so we are at 119 for 3. 47 overs have been completed, and we have a score from Jamaica, in fact. And this one, the Scorpions, they are 84 for the loss of 5. The Jamaica Scorpions are 84 for the loss of 5, and they're playing against, this looks like Barbados. This looks like Barbados. And so 84 for 5 Jamaica. Thank you very much. You just have to say something, and our very efficient scorers here have been providing us with stats from all around. Field change, in that the captain has decided to reinstate the forward short leg. And so it is Stephen Sankar bowling from the far end. And for this delivery is hit high, hard, and handsome. And it will give us the first 6 of the inning. This one just looped up just a little bit too much, and the batsman didn't waste any time. He just made sure that it connected well, and it sailed away down to my favorite tree in all of Connery, the one with the jellies. And so Webster moves on to 10, and it's 125 for 3. And the captain has now decided to push the man back from mid-off to long-off.
Yes, it was a flight delivery, and Webster pounced on it. We have seen Webster in the shorter format. He could be aggressive, and he pounced on that flight delivery and struck it over long-off for 6. Good shot.
Sankar once again, and this delivery, he's driving into the offside. And Gary, at no time were the batsmen looking in any considerable amount of trouble.
No.
Here is Sankar once more, and he's driving in the air, wide of the field at extra cover. Long off comes around to his left, and so they'll have a single, and Webster moves on to 11. Red Force, 126 for 3, and it brings Mohammed, who is on 57, down to take strike. For Mohammed, the long off has come to mid off. And so here is Sankar once more. And he's coming forward, playing it just short of the field at forward short leg. No runs. Partnership so far is 38, of which Webster has contributed 11. Oh, here is Mohammed for a moment seeming to lose it, coming forward and driving, and he just took the inner portion of the bat and went clear of the stumps and raced back down to fine leg, and he has picked up 2 runs that will take him on to 59 and take the total to 128 for 3 at the end of the over.
There was a wild swing there from Mohammed. Fortunately for him, the ball just went past the leg stump. He was looking to give the bowler Sankar the charge. The ball came from the inner portion of the bat and was able to pick up 2 runs to bring up the end of the over. So Mohammed has been batting well, but he seemed to have just lost concentration momentarily. Unfortunately for him, he's still in the middle, because sometimes you lose concentration momentarily and you would have lost your wicket, but fortunately for him, he's still there. So he had a chance to redeem himself, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do that and try to bat long for the Red Force, because he's the most experienced player. And if he is to be dismissed now, we certainly will put some pressure on the remaining batters, even though we have the West Indies will keep a batsman still in the pavilion. But I'm sure the management team will be hoping that Mohammed will continue to bat and make a big one for the Red Force.
Well, you appear to be giving the Silva a game in this match, but he's in fact out of the 11. Permal is at the top of his mark and goes away from us now to bowl to Webster, who is defending. No runs. I can tell you that at Warner Park, the Leewards have lost wicket number 7 Terrence Ward was caught by Callan Bowen Tuckett off of James, and he made 28. It's 113 for 7. In this game, though, Trinidad and Tobago, 128 for 3. At the wicket, Colin Archibald and the Leewards. Those who follow Leewards cricket will tell you that he has a first-class 100. And so the Leewards would be hoping for something from him in this game. Here is Promal and bringing the batsman solidly in defense. No runs. Webster is an 11. Promal 1 for 20 in his 15th over. And for this delivery, the batsman is going back and steering it down to backward point. No runs. Has been overcast all day. We were promised rain. It hasn't come, and we're not calling for it either. Here's a delivery which is played into the onside. Good shadowing by the fielder at mid-wicket. Goes down to mid-on. And Webster remains an 11. 128 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Promal once more. And for this delivery is beaten. Coming forward and playing. But it was moving away from him slightly and into the gloves of the keeper. So end of the over then. 49 completed, 128 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, so and after lunch, the scoring rate for the Red Force has picked up because at lunch they were 58 for 2, that's after 27 overs. And they are just into the second hour of play after the lunch, and they have gone to 128, so which means they would have scored since lunch some 42 plus 28, that's 70 runs. So they have scoring pretty quickly since lunch. And Mohammed is still there. He'll be facing up to Sankar from the far end.
And for this delivery, it's short. He's back and punching, finds mid-on, no runs. Seemed to have lost his composure just a little bit for one delivery in the last over, where he came down the pitch, didn't reach to the pitch of the ball, but luckily he didn't lose his wicket. Here is he again defending, finds forward short leg. We want to see these batsmen, when the get starts, to keep going.
Keep going, yes.
Want to see them scoring hundreds and big hundreds. Here is Sankar to bowl to Mohammed, and he's playing it down to mid-on, and they won't score.
So if Jason Mohammed is to have a good season this year, what are his chances of making it into the West Indies team again?
Listen,
based on what we have seen recently in terms of the selection policy and age and those kind of things.
Delivery, which is played into the offside, there is a sweeper, and so he'll just get a single. Does Mohammed, takes him on to 60. It's 129 for 3. Sometimes I get a little bit puzzled. I mean, cricket, when you look at the last World Cup, for example, the average age of the Australian batsman who did so well was above 35, Gary.
37, I think it's 37, around there, yeah.
Here is Sankar bowling a delivery on the leg side, and the batsman is just going back, making some room and playing it down to mid-wicket. And so Webster gets his 12th run, 130 for 3. Sankar once more, and Mohammed is hitting this one. This one will go out of the ground, will it?
One bounce.
One bounce for 4. And so again pitched up just a little bit too much. And here was Mohammed again making full use of the scoring opportunity and getting 4 runs to add to his total. The score moves on to 134 for 3. Jason Mohammed moves on to 64. Just to get back to that, Gary, I mean, perhaps one casualty of batsmen making runs and not being selected must, of course, be Bravo.
Bravo, definitely, yeah.
Because normally he would have been in and around the Trinidad and Tobago side and expressing his disappointment, perhaps. But as I like to tell people, every new year brings new opportunities. And so if you can put that behind him and get back into the groove of things and score runs again, it is difficult to omit people when you consistently score high and when the team is not doing particularly well. Permal to bowl this delivery to Webster, and he's playing it away into the offside and no runs.
But Bravo has also indicated that he's stepping away from the game for a bit. For at age 34, if you don't play this year, next year you're going to be 35. For how long he has intention of staying away from the game, or is he really coming back to play cricket?
Those are good questions, Gary, and I'm sure that perhaps by the end of the season we'll be closer to answers. Here is Pomal bowling the delivery down the leg side, and it's brushing the pads as it goes through to the keeper. And of course there was some excitement, not from umpire Carl Tuckett, and he shook his head in the negative and said, no, that's not out. And it probably came from the pads and into the gloves of the keeper. As we look at it again, yes, it's brushing the pads. And the keeper
was excited.
Yeah, but keepers are excitable people. I'm sure that some of them are Christians as well. Christians who just get exuberant. So a delivery which is defended, no chance of a run. 134 for 3, and Pomal is bringing the batsman forward. He plays it to be knocked down by forward short leg, no chance of a run. I think sometimes keepers just can't help themselves. They catch a ball and they go up for a shout and hope that the umpire is not looking, not sure, and says out. Here's a delivery which is struck firmly, and it goes down to long off for 4. And so that's Webster exerting himself and picking up another boundary to take him on to 16. And so they continue to build the total Trinidad and Tobago. It's now 138 for 3, 51 overs completed.
Yeah, good shot. 80 runs have been scored in the 24 overs after lunch, which means they have the current, even though the current run rate is 2.71, but since lunch they have been scoring in excess of 3 runs per over, and that is good for the Red Force team. What they would want to hope for is these two will continue to bat and bat as long as possible. And Jason Mohammed is doing well. He's on 64, and Tiana Webster is now coming into his own. He's on 16. Has faced some 42 balls, but they have put on a very important partnership, a very important 4-wicket partnership for the Red Force team.
And we are still a bit away from tea.
Right.
We have 40 minutes to go until tea time. And so the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have picked up nicely after lunch, and they would be quite happy with that. Of course, Mohammed is on 64, and with him is Tian Webster, who is on 16, and they have had a steady diet of spin so far. But it looks to me as if they will be having a fast bowler, because this is Mohammed, who was sent for his thigh pad. I keep wondering, Gary, what it is about batsmen who you're batting, you know that there is a chance that fast bowlers might bowl, and yet still you take off your thigh pad, you send it off, and then you cause a delay in the play because you have to wait for it to come back. And every now and again you send off a helmet and ask for a cap, and then the fast bowler comes on and you ask for your helmet. I mean, if I were playing the game, I'm sure that I would have been involved in gamesmanship if I were the captain. Soon as you send off your helmet, I'll give the ball to a fast bowler.
Right.
And you send for your helmet, and I'll take the ball and throw it to the spinner. You know, I'll have a bit of gamesmanship out there.
And in this day and age where you're penalized for the bowlers not getting enough overs in the required time, to all those things the umpires would have to take into consideration when making certain decisions.
Changing bowling? That looks like Cadogan? Correct me, who is this, the new bowler?
It's like Ali Mohammed.
Ali Mohammed.
Yeah, he's back.
So bowling from the far end, and for this delivery, it's played away square into the offside. There's a fielder patrolling the boundary, and this is good running. This is very good running by Trinidad and Tobago, and initiated by Jason Mohammed, because he played it down backward of square, brought the fielder from off the boundary. He had to come back to the danger end, but he ran the first run fast, and so he was able to come back quickly for the second run to take him on to 66, and it's 140 for 3.
Yes, that's the experience. Because the field on the boundary had to run about 10, 50 meters across to his right, and he spotted that as he experienced Mohammed realizing that he's coming back to the danger end, and he was quickly back for the second run. And that's what you want to see in cricket, the batsman putting pressure on the fielders.
Mohammed to bowl to Mohammed, and it goes to the keeper, no runs. I mean, Victor has been preaching all morning for better communication and the quicker running of the first run, and so I'm sure that would have pleased his heart. I can't remember that Victor Eddy, when he played cricket, scampered the first run very fast. I think he was a smart player, and so he hit the gaps a lot. Here's a delivery outside the off stump, left alone, no runs. Mohammed is on 66, and it's 140 for 3.
And the 50 partnership there, so they have put on some 52 runs, these two.
And that's his second 50 partnership of the inning so far. So now we see Mohammed having just requested his typepad and so on. He has now signaled to the pavilion for something else, but he'll continue batting as American Eagle comes in to land at RLB, and American Airlines, beg your pardon. And coming in at RLB from this one from Miami International Airport. And touches down at 205. Mohammed for Guyana bowls to Mohammed from Trinidad and Tobago, and this one is knocked down, and again they're seizing the opportunity to take advantage of that misfielding and getting a single. So Mohammed moves to 67, and it's 141 for 3. Tion Webster, who is on 16, comes up to take strike.
Yeah, it's a good cricket by the two batsmen. They're making use of the opportunity to get runs. They're not just waiting for the boundary shot. They're looking to get the singles and turn singles into twos where necessary, and they've been able to increase the run rate.
Good delivery, defended nicely, back down the track to the bowler. And so at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago, 141 for 3. 52 overs have been completed. Jason Mohammed is on 67, and with him is Tion Webster on 16. We have lost so far Cooper for 8, Gooley for 3, and Django for 27. Mohan retired hurt when he was on 14, and so the score is 141 for 3.
So at lunch you had Mohammed, he was on 17, and he has now progressed to 67, so it means he had added some 50 runs since the luncheon interval. That's just over an hour and 25 minutes, and so the scoring rate has certainly increased since the luncheon interval and since the introduction of the spinners, because before lunch we had the seamers bowling. We had Ali Mohammed, we had Beaton, and they were able to restrict the red force to just 58 from the 27 overs that were bowled before lunch. I think Kevin Sinclair and Pramal also had a couple overs before lunch. They were tight before lunch, but after lunch we saw the batters for the red force team certainly looking to get more aggressive, and as a result of that they were able to increase the run rate. So, but you're not missing any cricket. This is a break, and you see the physiotherapist is on the field doing some stretches to Jason Mohammed, He has been there for some time, and he's just probably suffering a bit of cramp. And we've been there for some time, that has not batted for that length of time, maybe for some time now. So the muscles maybe cramping up, but he's back on his feet, and hopefully he will be able to continue. But he has batted well, and he has been aggressive when he needs to be aggressive, and he has been given good support by Tion Webster, who is beginning to get into his own. And we know his abilities as a batsman. He's an aggressive player. We have seen him in the shorter format, and he has been given good support to Jason Mohammed. They have put on a very good partnership. They came together when the score was in 88, so which means they have added some 52 runs. 52 runs for the... He added some 53 runs. So we'll see the start of a over from Pomal. He'll be bowling from the media center end. So Pomal will continue, and he'll be bowling to Jason Mohammed, who had just some attention from the physiotherapists. He's on 67 from 138 balls, 143, 141 for 3 in 52 overs. So we have some 38 overs remaining in the day's play, and we've seen how many overs been bowled since lunch. We have seen some 25 overs since lunch, in about an hour and a half approximately, as Pomal to Mohammed, slapping the square of the wicket, goes down to Tejan Ryan's Shanda Paul at backward point. He feels, but cannot prevent the single. And Mohammed with the single, 68. And Tion Webster, who's on 16, he comes into strike. Red Force winning the toss this morning, and it has been overcast all day, and it is becoming even more overcast as the afternoon progresses. So it means maybe we might get some rain later on. Hopefully we'll come victor after the game, and after we would have gotten back across the waters to Davis. So the total 143. Mohammed comes back into strike as Webster is on 17. He moves to 17 with a single. Mohammed is on 68. Pomal is in his 17th over, 1 for 26. We have seen 2 singles from the first 2 deliveries of this over. Mohammed is easily onto the front foot. Overcast at Connery. And still breezy. The Trinidad flag fluttering in the breeze. You can see the breeze is coming from the south. Bowls to Mohammed onto the front foot, southwestern corner. And so the total remains on 143 for 3 after the Red Force won the toss this morning and decided to bat. And Guyana leaving out Anthony Adams and Luke Knott. Richie Luke Knott around the wicket, that's Pomal. And Mohammed is easily onto the front foot. He's on 68 from 141 deliveries. Since lunch, they have been scoring freely. Pomal around the wicket. And Mohammed is easily onto the front foot to bring up the end of that over. So at the end of it, 53 overs have been completed, 143 for 3 as a welcome back victor.
Good afternoon, Gary, and good afternoon to one and all. And we can see definitely that Mohammed is experiencing some difficulties. It more appear like it might be cramps in the fingers and so forth. So it will depend on how he can manage it. He's having a few words now mid-pitch with his partner. They're now dispersing from each other. Ever so often, sometimes it's the condition of players get them out, and not most necessarily at times through the deliveries. Well, Mohammed is putting back on his gloves. He's on the non-striker's end. But these two also too building up a nice partnership here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And no doubt from that point of view, they would hope that they can go very deep into this innings.
So Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end, and he bowls to Webster. Tion Webster is on 17. So So a very good partnership. They came together on 88-55. The previous partnership, we saw 51 between Mohammed and Django. So this partnership is the best partnership for the innings so far. So Ali Mohammed will continue to bowl to Webster. And they'll be wide outside the off stump. It goes through to be taken by the keeper. So it's overcast and breezy here at Connery.
But still all day, no immediate threat of rain, but it has been like this, very overcast, and the players will welcome these conditions out there in the middle. But Webster is not just playing a supporting role, he is executing strokes when loose deliveries present themselves, so contributing well in the partnership, and here is he.
So into the offside, and moves around to his left, that's Raymond Perez. At cover point, he feels. And the total remains on 143. So the Red Force will be satisfied with this fourth wicket partnership, but they'll be hoping that they can continue, Victor, and make it even bigger.
Well, the defending champions will be hoping to break the partnership and make further inroads into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting, which looks at this particular period of the game too, and this partnership, they're looking very solid both in the middle, but Mohammed and the non-strikers and Gary Pemberton, he's looking a little uncomfortable in terms of feeling his arms. You can see more so the right arm, it looks like just by the elbow area. So there's some concerns there. We cannot be too certain what it might be. There's a possibility it might be just experiencing some cramps. But he's still holding on to that right hand at the non-striker's end. But batting good so far, and if these two can go real deep to the closer play or even to the closer play, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be more than pleased with whatever total they end up with on day one.
So his slip cordon has been strengthened as Ali Mohammed bowls to Webster into the offside, looking for a single return comes in. And they will get an extra run as the goes down towards Beaton on the boundary. So the fielder came across from mid-off, had a try at the stumps, missed it, and he came all the way down towards Beaton on the back of the square fence. So they got 2 runs, so the total moves on to 145.
But if the fielder at mid-on though was anticipating that the fieldsman was coming onto the ball, he should have placed himself in a position not directly close to the stump, but in line with the stumps to prevent that extra run. But that was not to be, so Trinidad and Tobago, they got the run.
Ali Mohammed bowls wide delivery outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper Savory, and the total remains on 145 at the end of 54 overs. So we have seen some 27 overs been bowled since lunch, and the score 145. So good in terms of the runs have been scored by the Red Force after lunch. They have done pretty well.
Yes, and exceptionally well, because from the first session before the luncheon interval, a little on the slow side, even losing 2 wickets, but have really accelerated right after the luncheon interval. And this partnership, which is the highest so far in the Red Force innings, is a very good one. But from a Red Force point of view, they would like to see it go deeper into the innings. But on the other hand, Pamal and Guyana, the defending champions, they'll be looking first of all to break this partnership and make further inroads, Gary Pemberton. But these two have put up great resilience. Mohammed, more so. He is on strike now.
So Pamal will continue. He's in his 17th or his 18th over. Forced it into the offside, goes down towards the cover boundary, will go into the boundary just about now for 4. A fielder at extra cover was diving across to his right. That's Kevin Sinclair trying to take a catch, but he went past him and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and Mohammed has been placed in and timing the ball well, and that was another example of his perfect timing and placement, and got it into the deep extra cover boundary for another 4. So going into the 70s, and he would know that he will have to carry on. And he has been batting very, very good so far in this encounter against the defending champions, Guyana.
Pamal try once more and guided into the offside. Kevin Sinclair fields, thought about a single as Mohammed, but was sent back by by Webster as Sinclair was moving quickly to his left. And 149 for 3. Pomal to Mohammed, easily into the offside wicket, an easy single to bring up the 150 for the Red Force. So 150 for 3 in over number 55, and Mohammed has moved on to 73 with that single.
Yes, and Guyana too also, they're picking up on the over rate. I mean, the spinners have bowled the majority of overs, of that 50-odd overs that has been bowled so far. So they look very much on par to get in the 90 overs in the first day's play.
So it's Webster who'll be facing up to Pomal. He's a 19 from 50. Flatter, faster. And Webster is to the measure of it, pushed it on the onside. And the Red Force winning the toss this morning and batting. They lost Cooper, caught wicketkeeper both beaten for 8. We had Mohan, he was retired hurt on 14 the score was on 24. The delivery on the leg stump. They go through for a run. Let us see what will be the signal from umpire Tuckett. And signal of bye. So 1 bye has been added to the total. So it has gone on to 151. 151 it is for 3. 1 delivery remaining in the over, is it? Yeah, 1 delivery remaining in over number 55. And just Mohammed is in behind it on the back foot, bringing up the end of the over. He remains on 73. The Red Force batting first after winning the toss, 151 for 3.
Yes, and really Mohammed has been the backbone of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force so far, but he has gotten good support from all the batsmen, but he knows how important it is for him to remain there, and both batsmen having a mid-pitch conversation right now and obviously discussing their approach towards the end of day one, what it should be, and to try and just bat on and bat on. But on the other hand, the defending champions Guyana, and what can be such a transition, Gary, because we have seen it ever so often. After partnerships, if you get 1 or 2 quick wickets, most of the times there's a general collapse. Not saying that it would happen in this present situation.
So we have some 35 overs remaining. We have about 20 minutes before the tea break. And so it's Ali Mohammed to bowl to Webster. Webster is pushing into the offside. So 20 minutes. So these 2 batters for the Red Force will be looking to take the team into lunch into tea, sorry. They'll be looking to bat the remaining 20 minutes. And I'm sure if they can do that, the management of the Red Force team will be satisfied with their performance between lunch and tea, which would have meant that they would have only lost 1 wicket. Guyana, on the other hand, will be looking to pick up a wicket or 2. Ali Mohammed, as Webster onto the back foot, gets a single. Goes down towards the fielder coming off the boundary. That's Cadogan. 1 more to the total. Goes on to 152. And Mohammed comes into strike. He's on 47. He's on 73 from 147 balls. And the Tion Webster is on 20 from some 54 balls. And Ali Mohammed is in his 8th over. None for 12. They've been able to keep things tight for the Happy Eagles. The Happy Eagles, they are the defending champions, or champion. And Juice Mohammed is playing it down into the offside. Tumbling save by the fielder Kevin Sinclair in the gully and prevented any possibility of a run. So we have been saying all day it has been overcast. Nice cooling breeze here at Connery. And this is the first round of matches. First round in the West Indies 4-day competition. As Ali Mohammed bowling to Jason Mohammed. Plays down to Kevin Sinclair once again. No chance of a run. So this is where the players who are vying for team in the West, a place in the West Indies team, will want to perform, so the selectors can give you a look in.
That is for the test, you're speaking of. Test cricket, yeah.
As we see another aircraft coming into the Robert RLB International Airport, a smaller aircraft. As Ali Mohammed wide outside the off stump. and taken low down by the keeper. So the 4-day championship, and the selectors will be looking at players who are interested in playing a longer format, and these days players are mainly interested, Victor, in playing the shorter format. Shorter format, it is shorter and they make more money.
Well, yes, that from that aspect, and make more money, less production, but they make more money. Well, Test cricket is really the examination. 2020 cricket is the exhibition, but here is the 4-day encounter, which is the next stepping stone towards Test selection, and players in all areas will have to put up their hand. Jason Mohammed, he's not out on 73. He has faced some 149 deliveries, while Tian Webster, he is on 20 and 54 deliveries. Never mind the high percentage of deliveries. It's a 4-day encounter. And what you're alluding to, Gary Pemberton, is that occupation of the crease, but still scoring runs if you're not getting the boundaries, the ones and the twos. But I think, especially after lunch, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have escalated their performances in all the different aspects, what batting requires, running between the wickets, the ones and the twos, and the boundaries when the loose deliveries come along. And this partnership keeps on developing. And the further it can go, it will be the better for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But 1 or 2 quick wickets, and especially removing the set Jason Mohammed, that too could bring a different picture to the game. But that is not so at the present moment.
So it seems as though Kevin Sinclair, well, Sankar has been swung around to the media center end. The captain would have changed his mind because I saw Kevin Sinclair was at the top of his mark with the ball, but the captain has decided that he will bring Sankar from the media center end, the right arm wrist spinner, and he had 5 overs for 24 runs. Based on what would have happened previously, a bit expensive. And his captain is hoping that from this end he might be more economical and probably pick up a wicket or 2. Short delivery on the onside, is playing it down towards the backward square area for 4. So bad delivery first up, and the batsman Jason Mohammed playing it down towards the backward square for 4.
Yes, and that's it. Once spinners do not have their day, and once they come on and they do not find that good line and length, they're in for a lot of licks. And really, the set Jason Mohammed, he made very good use of that short delivery, which was pitched on about the leg stump, and he struck it into the long leg boundary for 4. So he keeps on batting well. He moves further into the still into the 70s. That is, well, Jason Mohammed, this has been a good innings and well supported by Tian Webster. So partnership building nicely here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But Guyana, the defending champions, they really need to break this partnership.
So it's Tian Webster who actually struck the boundary. So he moves on to 24 with that 4 and now a single down to the long off area. 1 more to the total. He moves on to 157. That's Red Force. And Tian Webster is on 25. Jason Mohammed, who is on 73, he has come into strike. And it's going to be Sankar, flatter faster on the onside. We get an easy single. And the fielder coming in quickly from backward square. That's Perez. Couldn't stop the single. And so we have seen a run being scored off of every delivery just so far in this over. It's 157 as Sankar over the wicket, and Mohammed is in behind it, pushed it down into the offside. 157 it is for 3 in over number 57. Mohammed is on 73. Plays into the onside for a single, so another single. It should be 3 singles, a 4 and 2 singles, and then a dot and a single. So the score has gone on to 158. So 5 balls have been bowled. So 1 more delivery to bowl in over number 30 or over number 57. Mohammed forces into the offside, goes down to deep cover, where Shanda Paul moves across to his right. The batsman cross for single to bring up the end of over number 57. It's 160. The Red Force team for 3 wickets.
Yes, and really good partnership between these two, Tian Webster and the top scorer so far, Jason Mohammed, not out on 75, while Tian Webster not out on 26. 59 deliveries Webster, 152 deliveries faced by Jason Mohammed for his 75 runs. But so far, good partnership, good going by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and Guyana would need to get 1 or 2 early wickets to play themselves relatively back into the game. But at this particular moment, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has gotten the better part of the first day encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre thus far, Gary.
An expensive over from Sankar, some 8 runs, 4 and 4 singles coming in that over, as Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end, and Jason Mohammed is not interested. Watch as he goes through to be taken behind by the keeper. 160 for 3. The Red Force winning the toss and batting. They lost Cooper for 8. Vikesh Mohan retired hurt on 14. Gooley, he made 3. And Django was the last man to be dismissed for 27. Mohammed is batting well, he's on 75. Good support from Webster, who's on 26. And push into the offside. And it's Perez who came in, fields. So there's 2 fielders on the onside. So we have a 7 to field, you have 2 slips, a gully. There's a man down on the wide third man or the back of the point boundary. There's a cover, there's an extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's a 7 to field, so Ali Mohammed will have to keep that off-stump line. And we see Victor's private jet just coming into the RLB International Airport. Outer edge down to third man. And the batsman will cross for 2, so 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 162. And Jason Mohammed with those 2 runs, he moves on to 77. And this is the opening encounter in the regional 4-day competition, which started today in 2 islands, St. Kitts and in Jamaica. Leeward's coming up against the West Indies Academy at Warner Park. As Ali Mohammed to bowl to Jason Mohammed, short is slapping it back past the bowler, and it will go down towards the boundary for 4. It was short, and he slapped it back past the ball on the offside of the pitch. It was a short delivery, but somehow Jason Mohammed was able to Victor to slap it back past the ball on the offside for 4.
Yes, he had, and he was moving actually before the bowler released the ball, but his shot execution was good. His shot selection has been good all day, and this is a very good innings by Jason Mohammed. He continues to bat well. He moves into the 80s. He's presently 81 of 156 deliveries. Never mind the amount of deliveries he have received, he's still at the creases, a 4-day encounter, and not just exchanging the strike, but his shot selection has been spot on.
So he's on 81, and they have now gone to 166, so which means they have scored 108 runs since the luncheon interval, and we still have about 10 minutes remaining. So in an hour and 50 minutes, they would have scored. So in an hour and 110 minutes, they have scored 108 runs. They've been scoring almost a run per minute. A very good run rate, scoring rate for the Red Force team after the luncheon interval. Another wide delivery, slaps down towards the back of the point, where Cardigan is on the boundary. He sends a return on the bounce to the keeper, but not before the batsman calls for a single to bring up the end of the 58 over, and the total 167 for 3. So a good post-lunch session for the Red Force team. Yes,
and cricket, it goes in sessions, because at the start of play, in the first session, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was basically a little more on the slower side with no indiscretions. But after lunch, they have accelerated nicely. As much as they have been they have gotten boundaries. Also, what was very important too was the running between the wickets and getting the ones and the twos in between. That helps to build the total, and they have found themselves in a very good position at this particular moment, with just a few minutes approaching the tea interval here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, it is still overcast, but it has not been any immediate threat of rain. Nice cool conditions here at this venue as play continues, and no doubt both batsmen, Gary Pemberton, would have their eyes on the tea interval.
So Captain Calvin Anderson has gone to his original plan, because previously he had Kevin Sinclair to bowl the previous over from this end, but he used Anderson Sankar instead, but he had an expensive over, and he has now turned to Sinclair, come outside the off stump, and Mohammed just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Sinclair has bowled 12 overs, none for 41. A bit expensive.
It is expensive.
It's onto the front foot, that's Jason Mohammed, but at lunch he had 5 overs, none for 16, so he's 7 overs after lunch with, of course, some 25 runs as he goes over the wicket. Mohammed is onto the front foot, plays it down to the onside, 167 for 3. Mohammed is on 82, faces 161 balls. Tion Webster is on 26 from 59. Very good partnership of some 79 runs between these two. Flatter faster, and Mohammed is to the measure of it, just pushed it down to Nando at a straightish mid-wicket or short mid-on. He feels. So just about 6 minutes to go before tea. It's Sinclair. Mohammed is pushing it back down the strip. No chance of a run. The Red Force winning the toss this morning and batting. They're now presently scoring at 2.85, but the run rate after lunch has been very good over the wicket. And Mohammed is on to the back foot, or flatter faster delivery into the offside to bring up the end of a very tight over there from Kevin Sinclair. As a matter of fact, a maiden over delivered by Sinclair, and the total remains on 167 for 3.
Yes, and what has been obvious too in the partnerships in the middle, we can see both batsmen on many occasions when overs have been completed coming in the middle and having a conversation. And Gary, no doubt, discussing the situation. Is the risk on? Is it necessary for any indiscretions? And obviously, looking at the time, I would like to believe no. There is no need for any indiscretions. But on the behalf of the Guyana Eagles, they will have to try and really break the partnership and make further inroads, because this partnership, as it continues to grow, it is looking more dangerous as it continues.
So it's going to be Webster be facing up to Ali Mohammed. He's in his 10th over, none for 19. It's wide outside the off stump, and Tion Webster is not going to be interested. So these two came together when the score was an 88, when Django was caught Perez at forward short leg off the bowling of Pramal for 27. So they have added some 79 very important runs for the Red Force. The Red Force winning the toss and batting here at Connery against the defending champions, the Guyana Happy Eagles. Delivery guided down toward third man. The fielder has some running to do across to his left, so they should get enough time, should have enough time to come back for 2 runs, so two more to the total. As Carragon had to run away from the deep back of the point area down toward third man. So 2 more to Webster. He has gone on 28 to 169 for 3.
Yes, and looking very good, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the defending champions here at the Connery Cricket Centre right here in St. Kitts, just opposite or close by the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport. Here, the action continues.
And Jason, and that's Webster getting a delivery wide outside the off stump. Watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. It's been overcast all day, so no rain. According to the weather forecast, it would have indicated that we would have gotten, it was a 40% chance of rain after lunch. We have not seen that as yet. So it's going to be Ali Mohammed to bowl to Tion Webster on 28. And Webster pushed it down into the onside. It goes down to mid-on. And there is no chance overrun. So Pramal is at mid-on. And Ali Mohammed is at the top of his mark. We have 2 slips of gully. There's a backward point or wide turn on the boundary, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. So there's 2 fielders on the onside. So Ali Mohammed would have to keep that off stump line. And Webster standing up tall, forces off the back foot, get an easy single down towards Cardigan on the boundary, 1 more to the total. Moves on to 169 for 3 or 170 for 3. And the partnership 82 from 137 balls. Tion Webster scoring 29 out of that. And Jason Mohammed is on 82. He comes into strike. He has faced 164 balls. So it's Ali Mohammed is in his 10th over. 1 delivery remaining in his 10th over. And Mohammed just pushed it back on the strip to bring up the end of over number 60. And the end of the 10th over, Rashford beat 9 overs, 2 over 23, Cardigan 4 overs, none for 15, Ali Mohammed 10 overs, none for 22, Sinclair 13 overs, none for 41, and 170 for 3 after 60 overs.
Yes, and a good score at the tea interval for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they're going to tea on day 1 against Guyana. But we greet our listeners with the news that in Jamaica on day 1, Barbados versus the combined colleges and campuses, the game called off because of a wet out field. So day 1 has been abandoned in Jamaica because of a wet out field. So there's no cricket on day 1 there in that encounter. But here at the Connery Cricket Center, Gary.
All right, so it's tea time here at Connery. 170 for 3 wickets, the Red Force. So we will join you in about 50 minutes for play after tea.
And welcome back to the Connery Sporting Center, where we have Guyana playing against Trinidad and Tobago. Toss was spun by Guyana, called correctly by Trinidad and Tobago. They decided to take first knock. And at one time they were in a spot of trouble, 32 for 2, and then at 88 for 3. But at tea time, 170 for the loss of 3. Jason Mohammed is on 82. Webster is on 29. And so they have done well. Here is Sinclair. Delivery which is played down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary, and they'll have a single. 171 for the loss of 3. Mohammed goes merrily along. Well, he's 82, and Webster is on 30. And at the start of the play, Victor, we were having our discussions, and you asked me what I wanted to see this tournament, and I say I wanted to see batsmen who get starts convert, and I'm hoping that Jason Mohammed will bat long. It's 82 to his name. And here is Sinclair to bowl to him, and he defends stoutly.
Well, that little tea break might have also to Carlisle brought Jason Mohammed a little revival towards his energy process and what he was experiencing out there, which we were not certain if there were some little cramps in between, but he looks all right, right after the tea interval.
Sinclair, none for 42 from 13 before this. Brings Mohammed forward, no runs. Coming forward and driving is Mohammed, back to the bowler, and no chance of a run. The umpire, Carl Tuckett, just looks across to his partner, Blades, and signals 2 deliveries left in the over. And this one is flatter, faster, and goes away. No chance of a run. And so 171 for 3. Just a single run in the over. First one after T. Victor. And as the batsmen would be trying to settle in. But more importantly, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, with their spinners, they have managed to stay right on top of things in terms of the number of overs. We were 60 overs completed by the tea break. And so on schedule for another 2 hours of play to get in the 30 overs to make the 90 for the day.
Yes, they will get them in. They will get them in. Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
That's an all-out score. 137 all-out, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And so you can say that the academy, that they have done extremely well to restrict the Leewards to 137 all-out.
Well, that is a good result for the West Indies Academy, dismissing the Leeward Hurricanes, as you heard it there from Carlisle Powell, 137 all out. So now it means then with the remaining overs in that encounter at Warner Park between the West Indies Academy and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the remaining overs from the academy point of view, they would hope to just go in and not lose any wickets if they can. And whatever total they end the day's play with, they should be comfortable with.
Beaton is back into the attack, and he's switched ends. He's bowled all of his overs from the commentary box end so far, and he has now been switched to the opposite end. The wickets for the academy, I see 2 for 18 for Lane, Young 2 for 52, James 3 for 11, Bishop 1 for 28, and Ned 2 for 3.
And Jamaica Scorpions, 140 for 8 batting, with Chadwick Walton, he scored 4 of 13, Carlos Brown 8 of 46, Kurt Mackenzie 16 of 23, Bonner, that's Nkrumah Bonner, 1 from 4, Jermaine Blackwood 14 from 18, Abihijah Manny Singh, 16 from 54. Romaine Morris, 35 from 29. And Pete Salmon, 26 from 29.
Here is a challenge that I have, Victor. In your days, we didn't have the franchise system and the professional setup. Nowadays, we have the franchise systems, professional setups, as beaten bowls a short delivery, and it's pulled down on the onside, finds the fielder coming from the square leg position, and they race back for 2 runs. And so Webster will move to 32, 173 for the loss of 3 wickets. So we have the franchise system, very professional setup, where people play cricket all year round. But the batting averages don't seem to be getting any better.
And the cricket is their living.
That is the point.
You do not have to go to any aviation office, any group of companies office, but cricket, your love for cricket. So then, what that would suggest to me is that even in your own island...
here's a lovely shot. Delivery which was pitched up on the legs of the batsman, and he just came forward and just drove it effortlessly back down straight on the onside and picked up 4 beautiful runs there, Webster.
So this is okay, saying, okay, you made the example towards me that it wasn't in our time, but saying, for example, that was existing then, what is existing now, it means then you have more time on your own to organize how you will practice in your own little community with whom, when there is nothing official on or games coming up or so forth. So you organize yourself in your little community, get your guys of different bowlers, bowl to you if you're a particular batsman for hours. So you have more time to do a lot of self-work in this sort of setup. So Carlisle, to be honest and to be honest to everyone, I just figure that it is about commitment, work ethics, discipline, and how much you put in is how much you're going to get out. But if an emphasis overall is placed on physical fitness, mentally and physically, thoroughly, then the players should really be doing much better than they are doing right now.
177 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago, as Beaton comes up to bowl to Webster, who is on 36. And for this delivery, he's playing it defensively forward, finds the fielder coming in from cover, and there is no run. The point is, Victor, I think that it is perhaps the most opportune time for Cricket West Indies to do a complete review of the franchise system. Because if you have players who are playing cricket for 2 months of the year, and then the other 10 months of the year they're basically training, let's take out a month for vacation time. So they're training together for 9 months of the year, consistently doing their gym work and so on, as a delivery which is short and cut away, and this will go down to the boundary for 4 runs. So he moves on to 40, does Webster. It's 181 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago.
But this is a good knock by Webster, in support towards Jason Mohammed. He has come in and nothing out of the extraordinary, nothing unnecessary, and really this innings is very vital and crucial too. He just did not come out and play a supporting role to Mohammed. He's executing when the deliveries are there for him to execute.
And that's an expensive over by Beaton. And so, whereas the spinners for a period kept it relatively tight, the Guyana team, they have been leaking runs recently.
Well, what is good on from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force point of view, definitely after the luncheon interval, they have really put their feet on the accelerator and have accelerated the total right now quite rapidly, because in terms of the overs bowl from lunch to tea, that was a period of dominance by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batsmen.
Here is Sinclair to bowl to Mohammed. He's driving on the onside. There's a fielder coming off the long on boundary, so they'll get a single, and he'll move to 83, and the score to 170, 181 in fact for 3.
So, what are some of the differences you'd like to see with the franchise cricket that West Indies that should be taken? What do you think will enhance some growth for better performances?
A delivery turned away into the onside by Webster. He'll get run number 37. And the score, I'll have to correct myself, it's now 181. My scorer is fast and efficient, and so I was adding a run when it had been added already.
Be careful.
And so, yes, I have to be very careful. Webster is on 40, and Mohammed is on 83. Here is Sinclair once more, and this is driven into the offside, finds mid-off, no runs. We have to do a complete review of the coaches that we have assigned and see if they are doing exactly what we want with our players. Delivery, which is coming forward to it's hitting him high. Some hands were raised, but more in hope than anything else. Sinclair goes away from us, and Mohammed is driving into the onside. They've crossed for 1. There's a fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary, and they're quick enough to restrict them just to a single. And so the score moves to 184 for 3 at the end of the over. And 63 overs have been completed. Webster is on 41. Jason Mohammed is on 84.
I have seen Carlisle Powell at the international level, the spinner Shamsi. He's a left-arm, back-of-the-hand spinner. He bowls some of his deliveries from behind of the crease. I'm left to wonder if most West Indian batsmen who will face him in a test and see him doing that occasionally, can they exploit what he is trying to achieve by doing so, and why would he deliver some of his deliveries from behind the crease?
Victor, the game is easier now than when you played. In that when you played, you depended on past players and present players to tell you what other players were doing. Nowadays, we have something called YouTube.
Right. Okay. Now, yes, that's fair. But at the same time, though, batsmen should be able to assess what bowlers, when they see them do.
And the point I'm making is that it is easier to do because all you have to do is to get the tape and look at the tapes.
Yeah.
That is why you have the analysts in the test team and in the international teams. The analyst is an important member of the team. You say to him, can you show me X, Y, Z? And it's provided for your evening homework. Here's a delivery shot wide of the off stump, and Mohammed doesn't play. What is important is whether or not I'm sure the analysts are doing their work, but when they provide the footage, you have to work out how useful that is to the players if they're actually doing the reviews and learning from the reviews. And as I indicated, it's much easier than when you played.
Yeah, that is true. That is obvious.
You would have had to say to one of your senior players, what do you think of XYZ?
Yeah.
You can now go to the analyst and get the footage.
You get it yourself. Yeah,
Here is beaten again wide of the off stump, and he doesn't play. Does Mohammed? So he remains on 84, and Trinidad and Tobago 184 for 3.
But I am one who appreciates how the game of cricket has evolved. But when the late Malcolm Marshall went down to South Africa, all he shared with other compatriots then who were in the cricket fraternity was his practical experience as a fast bowler. He shared it with people like Jack Callis and others who you saw went on and elevated and gained consistent success, more so at the test level playing cricket aspect. Now,
Mohammed is getting a single in the offside. He moves up to 85. They score to 185 for 3. And the partnership between these two is on 97.
Yeah, indeed. And really, this is a very vital, critical, very important partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. And this is the better partnership so far in the innings for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Beaten to bowl to Webster, and he's angling it into the offside nicely, and they get a single, and that will take Webster on to 42. 186 for 3, partnership of 98.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, they will feel pleased at this present moment after winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat. The present total on the board would suggest to their remaining batsmen, look, we have to establish and try to bat once. I like the idea in a 4-day encounter to try to bat once instead of a total that you think you can defend.
Beaten to Mohammed, who is playing this one firmly, forcibly into the offside. Finds the fielder there at extra cover. End of the over. Mohammed is on 85. With him is Webster on 42. These two came together with the score on 88 for 3. It's now 186 for the loss of 3. 64 over.
The overs ticking away, so they are quite within range whereby they will accomplish the 90 overs in the appropriate time at day one here at the Connery Cricket Center. But over in Jamaica, day one, Barbados versus Combined Colleges and Campuses, rain out day one. And we have now Jamaica Scorpions 159 all out. 159 all out. It was Jamaica against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So bowling, Shimon Lewis 1 for 36. Darius Martin done. Ryan John 5 for 43, and Shamar Springer 3 for 53. 3 for 53, Shamar Springer. That was the bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions. Sorry, the Windwards. Pardon me.
Kevin Sinclair is in his 16th over, none for 45 before this. And the bowls to Webster, and he's getting a delivery down the leg side, turned away, finds the man at shot backward square, and they don't score.
Wow, this is a very good innings by Jason Mohammed, but well supported by Webster.
Delivery, which is a good one, and he's defending stoutly, and no chance of a run. 186 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss earlier this morning, and out of their team, De Silva and Imran Khan. Delivery on the leg side, played again down to short backward square, and these are the little things that you look at, Victor. The consistency is in line and length, and Sinclair, this has not been his day so far. He bowls once again to Webster, and again short down the leg side, and they're chasing through quickly for 1. That's all they'll have, because the fielder down at mid-wicket is quickly in, and sends a throw back. So Webster will get his 43rd run, and the score at the end of the over, 187 for 3, 67 overs completed.
Yes, and Trinidad and Tobago, they would feel very pleased for the total they are at present. 186 for 87 for 3. So these two, Webster and more so Jason Mohammed, batting well, compiling a very valuable partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. And here someone come in with probably it's an exchange of gloves, or probably more so a message from the dressing room. Most of the times that is my indication when things happen, when it's not a refreshment break or something of that sort, or a player being injured. But how well, and Carlisle, you have been alluding to it, and that is something we will like to see being rectified, where the batsmen who get starts in this tournament carry on. And thus far, Mohammed is living up to that expectation.
Webster is on strike, and for this delivery from Beaton, he's standing up and punching into the offside, finds backward point, and he doesn't score. We've been following the matches from around the region. At Warner Park, the Hurricanes were bowled out for 137 in the 55th over. Jeremiah Louis top scoring with 45. It's beaten. Bowls to Webster. And he's driving from the inner portion of the bat down to mid-off. No runs. Victor will be having 3 rounds of the competition before we take a break. And then we'll be playing the other 2 rounds in Kitts. So there will be quite a bit of cricket in St. Kitts coming up.
Well, how is it that St. Kitts is getting so many matches?
Here is beaten, delivery wide of the off stump. Goes through to the keeper to take, no chance of a run. Well, St. Kitts will not be hosting matches in the 2020 World Cup. And so I'm sure that the cricket-loving public here in Nevis would say, okay, we're not at the international level this time around, but we'll take what is on offer, which is for the cricket and the ladies' cricket.
Yeah, and one of the things, Carla, that persons have drawn to my attention, but I find it very difficult for an answer, but the answer here now is 4 more runs to the total.
Exactly, and I tell you, beaten has been too short. With the newer, harder ball, which came through a little bit better, he didn't receive the kind of punishment that he's receiving since he has come back in his afternoon spell. And so Webster moves on to 47, 191 for 3, and it's a 100 partnership between this pair.
But what do you think, Carlisle, though, would reignite more spectators coming to these matches? Well, we know this starts in a midweek, which is usually a normally working days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday and Sunday, more people will have more time for recreation and more so cricket. But what do you think can generate more interest in bringing back in more influx of spectators to these matches? Not this tournament specifically, because of the days that they play on when it is normally and usually working days. But what in general you think would reignite that interest for spectators to come back to these venues?
191 for 3, beaten bowls to Webster, who is playing it back down the track on the offside, calls for a single, gets it to... no, they don't get the single.
He's injured? No.
So it's still 191 for 3. Victor, it is a very interesting and an important question. I believe that this is going to start from the grassroots level up. We, at primary school level, when you have the primary school competition, you have to pay a lot more emphasis to that competition. You have to get the parents involved. Spectators will come out to look at the primary school children. You have to follow them to secondary school level. And then, of course, the local cricket, the club cricket must be strong. And the clubs must have supporters who want to see the players play and come out to look at the cricket. I do not for 1 minute take this thing about it's midweek, because I've seen football games midweek with massive crowds. So don't tell me about midweek and so people can't come to look at the cricket. People look at what they want to look at. So that is my response to your question. Sinclair will continue. He has not had a wicket to date. 16 overs, none for 46.
Well, that is one of the better responses I've heard to that question. And I've heard it on air and from Carlisle Power. And you're right, because from the primary schools, that is very important. Now, one played out to cover, and they're looking for 2. It will be easily in the end. Advances the total closer to the 200 mark, Carla.
193 for 3, and Jason Mohammed is on 87.
Like for example, when our good friend Vernon Springer was a part of the Ministry of Sports here in St. Kitts, they had an under-13 tournament going for years, which came out of the government sports department. And that was growing, and we can pinpoint and call a lot of names who came out of that primary school category and went on to international level, even representing the West Indies team. And Your son, Kyron Powell, was one of those persons who came to that institution of the under 13 and many
the
others.
present West Indies captain, test captain in Brathwaite.
Right, all
played
those
in that
things. So
competition.
when those are not in place anymore, as you quite rightly said, the grassroots coming from there, and then the parents encouraging others, come out and see my boys play and so forth. And it more comes like a family union coming out, and spectators will want to say, well, who these young players at the primary school elevating to go further, you know? And you're right.
Sinclair has gone around the wicket. He's none for 49 in his 17th over and bowling to Webster, who is on 47. And he's playing it into the onside nicely. They should be looking for two here. And Mohammed says no, because the ball was hit firmly and fielded well. And so he moves to 48, Tion Webster.
But the intention on that occasion was very good. They were looking for the second run. That's the point I'm making, Carla. Look for that.
88 is Jason Mohammed. And it's 195 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago batting. Defended, back down the track on the onside, no runs. Umpire Carl Tuckett is at this end. Jonathan Blades is a square leg. As Sinclair bowls again, and this one is turned into the onside. And Mohammed will get run number 89 as it goes down to the fielder at square leg. And at the end of the over then, 196 for the loss of 3. And Mohammed continues to bat well. He's on 89. Webster is on 48. And remind you that the last wicket fell with the score on 88 for 3. And so these two have been batting extremely well. They now have a partnership of 108.
Well, and that is commendable by all extremes. Very commendable. And commendable in the sense whereby there was, in this partnership, Carlisle, there were no indiscretions. The shot selection was good, the running between the wickets, and all commendations go to them. But what can bring back Guyana in the game to strike a more even balance if they can get some early wickets or more wickets before the conclusion of day one here? But thus far, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have been dominant against the defending champions, Guyana.
And we see a change in the bowling in that Versami Permal will bowl from the far end. And so switching ends, he has picked up 1 for 31 from his 18 overs. Jason Mohammed, remind you, is on 89. And Webster is on 48. It's 196 for the loss of 3. 67 of the 90 overs have been completed so far. Gary Pemberton is waiting behind me to bring you the story of the afternoon's play. And I'm sure that he has been working his phone and trying to ensure that he gets back to Nevis this evening. Delivery which is played away to extra cover. No runs. Guyana will be looking to slow the scoring because Trinidad and Tobago have been having it their own way since after lunch.
Gary, do not take on that comment by Carlisle, because he do not know that I have a reserve room for 2 at Park Island.
I love to hear the sound of that.
Which is not reality. We just had to add a little humor.
Here is Permal, and he's going back. Is Mohammed, punches into the offside and goes through the field and down to the boundary for 4. So the score, the 200 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago, and played with precision and just away from the grasp of the fielder. And so Mohammed continues to grow in confidence. He's now into his 90s, 93, and Trinidad and Tobago are 200 for 3, and justifying their call to bat first, having won the toss.
Oh yes, and very super magnificently so far. And Jason Mohammed is a good all-around batsman. He plays the spin bowling, I find, very good. His access of judgment in terms as to what to hit and when to move has been very good, and he continues that way. He's on the back foot though, and he'll have to be careful though with the one, because it appears from that end. And in the opening overs, as you said, Carlisle, where the wicketkeeper was gathering some balls, dying at moments, but now the spinner is on, operating from that far end. We are seeing one or two deliveries keeping a little on the low side, but Mohammed, well played so far, but even more so well supported by Webster.
And a 200 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago looking good. Jason Mohammed is on 93 and facing up to Permal. And he's coming forward, plays it down to mid-on, no runs.
And the captain and team at this present moment, Trinidad and Tobago, they would be very pleased that they made the decision to bat first.
One delivery left in the over. And he's coming forward is Mohammed, plays it down to shortish mid-wicket. End of the over. The end of which I tell you that the score is Trinidad and Tobago batting first, 200 for 3. Mohammed is on 93. Tion Webster is on 48. And after Victor Eddy, you'll hear the voice of Gary Pemberton.
Well, thank you, dear Carlisle Powell. And here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it's still as it was when it was 10 a.m. when play started here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Overcast, but no immediate threat of rain, just cool conditions, especially out there for the players. And no doubt we have seen some very enterprising cricket so far on day one thus far, and it has definitely more so come to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the defending champions. Welcome back, Gary Pemberton. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Victor, and good afternoon to listeners. So the Red Force batting continued to do well after tea, as Sinclair bowls to Tion Webster, single down to long on. So with that single, Webster has progressed closer to his half century. He moves on to 49, and Jason Mohammed, who is on 93, comes into strike. And Jason Mohammed first class average 29.94. I see as though he has 11 centuries, 15 half centuries. So if he get a century today, he'll make it his 12th in the regional competition in his career. As Sinclair bowls to Mohammed, down into the onside, down to Nandu at straightish mid-wicket. He fields, and the total remains on 201. A very good partnership, very good fourth wicket partnership between these two. Mohammed is on 93. Dead ball signal by umpire Carly Tuckett. As Kevin Sinclair, 17.2 overs, none for 50. Bowling around the wicket to Mohammed. Clipping it down to Nandu. He feels, and there is no chance of run. Sinclair, though, I think he has been bowling a bit too quickly. Need to give it some more loop, Victor. Bowls to Mohammed, pushed it back down the strip on the onside.
Remember, he's a slow bowler, eh?
And so he's not a spinner, he's a slow bowler.
That's right. Get it in the perspective.
As Mohammed on 93. On the onside, looking to swing. That's Mohammed, misses. Bad delivery, should have capitalized on it. Missed it. Taken behind by the keeper, and the total remains on 201 for 3. The Red Force winning the toss and batting. At T, they were 170 for 3. They have progressed to 201, so they've scored 31 runs since the tea interval. As Mohammed onto the front foot, pushed it down the strip on the onside to bring up the end of another over. So over number 69 has been completed, and the Red Force, after winning the toss, the 201 for 3. Jason Mohammed in sight of a century, and Tion Webster in sight of a half century.
Yes, and very vital and crucial at this present moment for both batsmen to open the encounter in this first encounter of this 4-day West Indies regional cricket tournament. Off to a good start, and this should motivate others in their team too, as batsmen, that it can be done if they observe as to how Jason Mohammed has gone about his innings. No indiscretions, wait for the loose ones. 3 sessions must be played in a 4-day encounter, barring no weather interruptions. So even though the percentage and ratio of deliveries might be of a high percentage, this is what matters. 90-yard not out at the present moment is Jason Mohammed.
So Tian Webster is driving, but is fielded cleanly by Pomerol. The ball flighted, floated up. He came onto the front foot and drove it straight back down the strip to the bowler. 201 for 3 after winning the toss and batting here at Connery. And Webster is in sight of a half century. He's on 49. He has faced some 90 deliveries. Just one more for the half century for Tian Webster. As Jason Mohammed is on a 93. He's at the far end. And onto the back foot, keeping a bit low. Gets it into the onside. Shanda Paul coming across quickly, couldn't stop the run, and the batsman goes through for a single to bring up a half century for Tian Webster. Very good knock. He gave good support to Jason Mohammed. So with that single, bringing up the half century for Tian Webster, Victor.
Yeah, and his support did not include any indiscretions, and he's now being congratulated by Jason Mohammed, deservingly so, as the partnership really is growing from strength to strength as they continue.
So very good partnership. So it's 202 for 3. We're in the final session of the first day's play. Flatter, faster into the offside, goes too quickly for the single. Cardigan coming in from the short third man area, couldn't stop the run. One more to the total. He moves on to 203. Current run rate 2.91. So since launch, the scoring rate certainly has picked up for the Red Force. They scored in excess of 100 runs between launch and tea. As a matter of fact, 112 between launch and tea. And now after tea, they have now scored some 32 runs. And we have seen we're in the 10th over. The 10th over after lunch. The scoring rate after lunch is just, or after tea, it's just over 3 runs per over. The current run rate just under 3. Turns it down to forward short leg. Perez flicks it back at the stump. Maybe Webster was taking a few paces out of his crease, but he missed the stump. And the total remains on 203 for 3. So the current run rate is 2.91. As Pomerol, Webster is going to the drive out, caught at straight mid wicket. He came down and looking to lift it over mid wicket, but he got it straight down to the field. It looked like Cardigan at straight mid wicket, taking the catch. A good catch, moving away to his left, and the partnership has been broken. Webster has been dismissed for 50, caught off the bowling of Pomerol.
Yeah, and well-deserving wicket there for Vasami Pomerol. He has continued to bowl well here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Good line and length, good variations, good flight, and it was a delivery flighted, and the man at short mid-wicket pulled in a very good catch. So the partnership has been broken, but well-deserving wicket for Pomerol because he have been the most economical bowler for the Guyana Eagles here at the Connery Cricket Centre, less expensive, and well-deserving to have taken that wicket, and more so to break the partnership between Mohammed. So that would bring some, or restore some confidence to the Guyanese, breaking that partnership. And then also too, before the conclusion of day one, no doubt would look to take further wickets. And if that happens, then it might square off better for them. But if Mohammed goes in, not out, and he's looking nowhere at any time, he looked like he was going to get out.
So good news. Vikash Mohan is back in the middle. He retired hurt on 14, and he's now back in the middle. So Victor, he's fit enough to resume his innings.
Yeah.
So it's 203 for 4 wickets. So we've just seen a dismissal of Webster after getting to the half century, looking to get to be a bit more aggressive. Came down the track and looking to clear the fielder, the tall figure of Cardigan at straightish mid wicket, but he couldn't clear him, and he was out caught for 50. So it's Sinclair, ball to Mohammed, plays it down into the onside, no chance of a run. So the total remains on 204. As Sinclair, outside the off stump, forced it into the offside, goes down to Ali Mohammed. moved across to his left at extra cover and prevented any possibility of a run. So it's Sinclair once more. Will go around the wicket, ball to Mohammed, clips it down to Perez at straightish mid wicket. No chance of a run. 203 for 4 in over number 71. Sinclair and Mohammed is easily onto the front foot. So Sinclair is in of his 19th over. He's yet to pick up a wicket. 52 runs have been scored from his bowling. As he goes around the wicket, the ball to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming forward, eases into the offside. We get an easy single as Pamal at mid-off moves across to his left. So the Vikash Mohan, who has resumed his innings. He retired hurt on 14 when he was struck by a delivery which rose awkwardly from Ali Mohammed, who was bowling from the far end. He has now resumed his innings at the fall of Tion Webster's wickets. He made 50. So Sinclair will go over the wicket in overcast conditions here at the Connery playing field. It has been like this for the entire day, most of the day, as Sinclair and Mohan just turned it easily into the onside. We get an easy single. With that single, he moves on to 15 and a total 205. 205 for 4 wickets in over number 71. And we saw a very good partnership for the 4th wicket of 115 between Jason Mohammed and Tion Webster. So you have seen two good. Jason Mohammed has been involved in 2 very good partnerships. The first one of 51 and now a second one of 115.
Yes, and very, very good, very essential, very important partnerships there. And Mohammed had an association with both. He's still there. He's not out on 95, 199 deliveries received, but very good going by him. And Webster did Tion Webster did give Mohammed good support in that valuable 100 partnership that they shared.
So the 3rd wicket partnership was actually 56 and the 4th wicket partnership 115. And the batsman Mohan gets a delivery outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper. So Pamal is in his 21st over, 2 for 37.
Mm-hmm.
And the current run rate is 2.88 around the wicket. And Mohan is playing it down to forward short leg, where it's fielded cleanly by Perez under the helmet at forward short leg.
Mm-hmm.
Total remains on 205 for 4. Easily onto the front foot. That's Mohan pushed it into the offside. So Trinidad will be hoping that he can get another partnership between Jason Mohammed now and Mohan, who is he opened the batting, but he retired hurt after he was struck on the forearm, easily onto the front foot. So we're hoping for another good partnership here, Victor.
Yes, indeed, and really, once partnerships keep coming, it will even advances their cause to a substantial total that they would think that they can defend.
As Mohan is easily onto the front foot, pushed it down into the offside of the strip, and it is fielded by Pamal. So we have not seen a run being scored so far in this over. So Pamal keeping things very tight as Mohan is onto the back foot, or delivery keeping a bit low. Is it of some concern, Victor, at the end of the over? Over number 72 has been completed. We have seen a few deliveries keeping a bit low. You think that should be of some concern to the batters?
Yes, indeed, because even from when the opening bowlers bowled from that far end here, and not the media center and not the commentary booth end where we are giving our deliberations, 1 or 2 deliveries, even though the keeper was somewhere about 18 yards away from the wicket, he was taking some of deliveries just about ankle height this morning. And now we're seeing the spinners from that same end, the occasional delivery keeping a little on the low side. But Jason Mohammed, he is approaching 100. Would this be the first 100 of the 2024 series?
Sinclair around the wicket, and Mohammed is easily into the offside. and there is no chance of a run. So the bowler Sinclair round the wicket to bowl to Mohammed. Mohammed is into the offside from the inner portion of the bat, or into the onside, and the total remains on 205. So Mohammed would certainly have his eyes set on a century, just 5 runs away from that landmark. Easily onto the front foot, and no chance of a run. So between lunch and tea, Mohammed would have scored some 65 runs. He went into lunch on 17, then went on into tea on 82. Now he has progressed to 95, so he scored some 13 runs since the resumption of play after tea. Faces up to Sinclair. Sinclair gets the delivery. He bowls the delivery on the leg stump, pushed into the onside, and there is no run. So the Red Force winning the toss and batting against the defending champion. 205 for 4, flatter faster. Plays it down to Nando at straightest mid wicket, and there is no chance of a run. Sinclair to bowl to Jason Mohammed. Mohammed is clipping it down again to Nando at straightest mid wicket to bring up the end of the over. Might have been a bit disappointed. It seemed as though he was a bit disappointed in Victor that he didn't get it maybe to the left or to the right of the field at straightest mid wicket. But the over has been completed as over number 73, 205 for 4.
Yes, and some would refer to the 90s as the nervous 90s, but Mohammed in any way looks very confident. I would say this is the confident 95 so far by Jason Mohammed. And if he gets the 100, it will be well deserving in the circumstances after winning the toss. It has justified up to this particular point that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was right in terms of electing to bat first.
So it's going to be Pamal to bowl to Mohan. Mohan is on 15. He has faced some 39 balls. He resumed his innings after the dismissal of Webster. He was struck on the forearm. He was on 14. At that point in time, the score was 24 for 1. And he resumed his innings at the fourth wicket at 203 for 4. Faces up to Pamal, getting delivery on the stumps. He's in behind it. Pushed it down to the offside. And there is no chance of a run. Pamal is in his 22nd over. Very experienced bowler. 2 for 37. Has been keeping things very tight. Down the stripper, when he gets there, pushed it down to forward short leg. He had to scamper back into his crease. As Perez had just flicked it back at the stumps, misses, and all remains well. So Pamal will go back to his top of his mark at the far end, and we're in the final session of the first day's play. And Mohan is looking to sweep, misses, taken behind by the keeper nicely, just skipping across to his left. That's Kemal Savary, and no damage done. So the two umpires, Carly Tuckett at square leg, umpire Jonathan Blade is at the presiding end at the far end, and Mohan just pushed it down on the onside, and just one delivery remaining in this over. So no runs have been scored so far in this, the 74th over being bowled by Pamal from the far end. He's in his 22nd over as Mohan faces up to Pamal easily onto the front foot to bring up the end of over number 74. The Red Force batting for first, 205 for 4.
Well, the overs are ticking over quite nicely, so it looks like it will be on par, that they will get in the 90 overs, which is due in every day's play. So they're right on par. 74 overs have been completed. By the unofficial watch is saying now 10 minutes to 4 Eastern Caribbean time. But at the same time, though, Mohammed would be looking now to see if he can get to that 100 in this particular over. But even if not so, he has so much, not really times, but overs to play with. But it will be very good if he gets to the 100, because I think up to this particular moment, he did not present a chance to the fielding team, the Guyana defending champion.
So Sinclair will continue to bowl to Mohammed on the leg stump. Gets it down to a straightish mid wicket. And it's Ali Mohammed. He's in the way he feels. And there's no chance of a run. 95 from 207 deliveries. Faces up to Sinclair. Coming forward and driving into the onside. This time he beats the fielder at straightish mid wicket. That's Nandu. And we get an easy single. Goes down to Sankar. Down at long on. So one more to Mohammed. He moves closer to the 100. He's at 96. So just one hit away, Victor, from the century. 4 runs away from the century. He has faced some 208 deliveries. Mohan faces up to Sinclair. Push it back down the strip. Total remains on 206 for 4 after winning the toss. The Red Force scoring at 2.77 runs per over. Mohan faces up to Sinclair easily and pushed it back down the strip. Sinclair feels he's in his 21st over. That's Kevin Sinclair. None for 55. Just one run has been scored so far in this over. Flatter faster, taken on the pad, goes down into the onside, and no damage done. The fielder coming in from the back of the square area, that's beaten. So we're in the final session of this, the first day's player in the regional 4-day competition. Defending champions Happy Eagles facing off against the Red Force at the end of the 75th over. 206 for 4 with Jason Mohammed on 96 and Mohan on 15.
Well, would this be the over that Jason Mohammed would get to that 100? But 15 overs to be bowled in 51 minutes remaining. Oh, okay, right. We got through 15 overs in 51 minutes. Well, that's good going. Well, it's on par to conclude the 90 overs, which is due to be bowled in a day's play.
So it's going to be Pramal who will continue from the far end. And so in terms of the rate, in terms of the number of overs per hour, that's on par. Normally in an hour is 13, 14 overs. So 15 overs in 51 minutes is very good going by the Happy Eagles bowlers into the offside. And no chance of a run. 206 it is for 4. So we just have 14.5 overs remaining in the day's play, or 5 o'clock, whichever one reach first. I think sweeping it down towards the long leg area. And Sankar has some running to do across to his right from backward square. The batsmen have enough time to cross for 2. So 2 more runs to the total. Takes Mohammed closer to the 100 mark. 2 runs closer. And 2 runs away from 200. 98 he is, Victor.
Yes, and 98. And 2 runs away from what would be a very important 100, but even so deserving 100 by Mohammed. He did not present any chances to the Guyanese fielders in this inning so far, and all around he have played all the bowlers equally well, and it will be a well-deserving 100 if he gets it.
Onto the back foot, forces into the offside, goes down to the cover point area, and it is fielded, no chance of a run. So 2 runs. He was hoping to pierce the field, find the gap, but he got it straight down to the fielder at the cover area. So it's Pamal to bowl to Mohammed on 98, and he's looking to sweep, get it around the corner, thinking about a single, but the captain Kelvin Anderson quickly around from first slip down towards the short fine leg area, or the leg slip, prevented any possibility of a run. So maybe some anxious moment for the experienced Jason Mohammed, 37 years of age, around the wicket. Mohammed into the onside, goes so quickly for the single, and Sandapal coming in quickly, but not quick enough to prevent the run. 1 more to the total, takes him on to 99, 209 it is for 4 wickets. 1 delivery remaining in over number 76, and I'm sure Mohan We just look to play this last delivery so that Mohammed can be on strike at the start of the next over. He's on 15. That's Vikash Mohan. It's Pamal will bowl around the wicket. And he's easily onto the front foot to bring up the end of the 76 over. 209 it is for 4, with Jason Mohammed 1 run away from the century. He's on 99, and the other batsman, Mohan, is on 15.
Yes, and Jason Mohammed, he did not hit any sixes in the 98 so far. No, he did not hit any. But that is irrelevant to where he is now. The reality is he's 98 not out, and he has played all the bowlers that were introduced to bowl to him today here at the Canary Cricket Centre equally well. His assessment, his shot selection was spot on, and his timing of the ball, where he used more emphasis on timing than power, and he has all around good innings so far. Can he just get the one more run now to equal what would be a very well played 100 by Jason Mohammed right here at the Canary Cricket Centre?
All right, no change in the field. There's a slip, there's a long on out as Kevin Sinclair will go over the wicket to the right-handed Jason Mohammed, who's on 99. He came in when he replaced the retired Hurt Mohan, clipping it into the onside down towards mid-wicket. No chance of a run. He initially thought about a single, took a few paces out of his crease, but he was sent back as Sinclair goes over the wicket. The bowl to Jason Mohammed, flatter faster. He's clipping it again into the same mid-wicket area, down to Ali Mohammed. He feels and there is no chance of a run, so to deliver is on the centre leg stump and plays it down to mid-wicket. Bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming forward, clipping it down to a straighter mid-wicket area, down to Nandu. So it's a very strong onside field. As a matter of fact, just 3 fielders on the onside, or 4 fielders on the onside. As on the offside, 5 on the on. As Sinclair to Mohammed. Mohammed is turning it into the onside down to Nandu at the straightest mid-wicket. No chance of a run, so flat and fast on the centre leg stump. No room outside the off stump for Mohammed to push into the offside. Sinclair to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming easily onto the front foot. Thought about the single, but the fielder coming in quickly. That's Shanda Paul from a cover, and the keeper as well was converging. So we have seen 5 dot balls.
Bit of pressure mounted.
What will happen in the last delivery of this over from Sinclair? Bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed onto the backward, turns into the onside, goes down to Ali Mohammed to bring up the end of a maiden over ball by Sinclair. And at the end of it, Red Force 209 for 4. Mohammed remains on 99.
Yes, and that was a very good over by Sinclair, and that also will bring on the refreshment cat and the ground staff to do their gardening out there. But very well played. 99 not out so far, as the players going to refresh themselves out in the middle. The latest score here at the Canary Cricket Centre, 209 for 4. 77 overs have been completed. But Gary, what a very well played innings as Jason Mohammed played so far. And also he had some good support from Webster with the over 100 runs partnership. So as the drinks breaks, it is now 209 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after winning the toss.
So, yeah, the water break. So at T, they were 170 for 3, and they have progressed to 209. So they have scored 39 runs in the first hour after tea. So it means that the run rate would have slowed somewhat between lunch and tea. They were going at a very good run rate, and since the tea interval, the run rate has slowed down somewhat, and they would have lost the wicket. They have lost the wicket after tea. They lost the wicket of Tion Webster, who was caught. Cardigan bowled Pamal for 50. He had a very good partnership of 115 with Jason Mohammed, who's still there on 99. So Jason Mohammed, born 23rd of September 1986. So he's 37 years, 137 days. Victor, if Jason Mohammed is to have a very good season in 2024, would he be considered for selection for the West Indies? Well, that's
Well,
a very tough question for Victor.
it is tough, but at the same time, though, if he gets to the 100, which I would like him to really get there, because how he played here today has demonstrated good concentration, occupation of the crease, no indiscretions, good timing, more so placing his emphasis on placement and execution, running between the wickets, and never presented a chance up to this particular moment where we're now having a drinks break. Going forward, in other innings that he will have to play throughout this tournament, once he maintain by getting scores, if he doesn't get another 100, or if he gets 100 here and keep it like over 50s in all the other innings, and ending up with a very good aggregate at the conclusion of the tournament, then there can be a consideration of including him for the highest level of cricket.
So would you, if you were a selector, would you consider giving Jason Mohammed at the age of 37 another chance to play for West Indies?
Well, it would also base upon if you have younger players who are performing better than he has been doing, then this tournament is about performance. And if it is that he would have been consistent in his performances, I would not bring into the equation age, because the game is about performances too. But if a younger batsman is doing just as good or even better, then that is a different picture presented. But if it is that he maintains this throughout the series and others are beneath him in performances, then I would not override him personally by omitting him just because of his age, 37. Because of a batsman career usually lasts or could last longer than a fast bowler, for example.
So about to see the resumption of play after the water break. So the first class stats for Jason Mohammed: 93 matches, 162 innings, 12 not out, 4,433 runs, the highest score of 220. Has an average of 29. List A: 128 matches, 113 innings, 22 not outs, 3,608 runs.
That's right.
Highest score of 142. And we saw now looking at another flight coming to the RLB, DHL, bringing up Victor packages. Victor has some packages coming in from overseas. And here at Connery, we have Pomal bowling to Mohan. Mohan is on 15 from 51. And Jason Mohammed, the non-striker, was on 99. As Mohan is slapping it down towards the cover point area, where it is fielded by Kevin Sinclair. No chance of a run. And Jason Mohammed came to the middle when the score was on 24, when Vikesh Mohan was retired hurt on 14.
But you know what would happen, Gary, for that announcement that you make about the flight coming in and bringing gifts to me? So many persons who've been listening and following the streamline and hearing those last comments will approach me and say, well, Victor, where is mine? You put me in trouble.
Well,
Even our scorer. And the ladies too, they are here and they're doing a good job in the scoring area. We have to remember too that we are not gender biased, so we have to give the ladies so far a job well done so far. And they will be consistent because over the years they have always been efficient and capable. Closest to you is Yvette. Next to Yvette is
Latoya.
and then next to Latoya is Jasmine. Very quiet Jasmine.
So we have all ladies doing the scoring for us.
Well,
here.
and very efficient. So we want to always congratulate them and encourage them to keep up the good works that they've been doing, because without them, we cannot be bringing our deliberations as efficient as we are doing it. So thank you, ladies, and we look forward to your continued successful mission here with us.
So over number 78 has been concluded, and the total remains on 209 for 4 wickets, and all eyes will be on the experienced Jason Mohammed in his 38th year of life. and just one run away from his 13th first class, or his 12th first class 100. And so he'll be facing up to Kevin Sinclair. So Mohammed is on 99.
Nervous 90s?
At his age and experience, maybe he's not as nervous as maybe a younger player would have been.
No.
If it was his first century, then he
That's
probably
right.
would have.
That's
But
right. That's right.
as Sinclair bowls to Mohammed onto the back foot into the onside, tumbling save by Nando, preventing the single for 100. So Mohammed has been kept very quiet, they have been keeping him
Tight.
putting the pressure on him. He has not been able to score for the last 7 deliveries he would have faced. As Sinclair bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed gets the delivery on the leg stump. He's playing it down to Nando. So all the deliveries, the last 8 deliveries have been on center and leg stump. And they've been playing it between straightest mid wicket and forward of square.
Testing his patience.
Sinclair bowls to Mohammed, flatter faster into the onside, down to Nando. At the straightest mid wicket once more, he moves quickly to his left. So 9 deliveries, no run from Jason Mohammed. He has been there on 99, 222 balls. Sinclair over the wicket bowls to Mohammed. Mohammed is coming into the front foot, down into the onside, down to Nando. So it's Sinclair, Mohammed, Nando. That has been the play for the last 10 deliveries also. Sinclair to Mohammed, flatter, faster, into the onside, down to Ali Mohammed at a forward square.
This
He
is interesting.
feels no chance of a run. So there's a backward square, there's a forward square, there's a mid wicket, straightest mid wicket, there's a mid on, and also there's a man down on the mid wicket fence. Sinclair to Mohammed. Mohammed is onto the back foot to deliver him on the off stump, pushed it on the offside to bring up the end of another maiden over. So the last 12 deliveries, Mohammed has been unable to score.
Yes.
One run.
Yeah, well, Jason Mohammed, though, what is good about him, too, he is being patient, Sinclair bowling appropriately to his field and keeping it tight, so it adds pressure on him. But the experience of Jason Mohammed would not be too perturbed, and playing each delivery on its merit, quite rightly so. 209 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. 79 overs have been completed. By my watch, which is not the official watch, it's about almost 10 minutes after 4 Eastern Caribbean time. So they're right on par to conclude the 90 overs, which is due in each day's play of this 4-day encounter.
So it's going to be Pomal will continue. 24 overs, 2 for 40. We're bowling to Mohan, who's on 15. He has faced some 56 deliveries. And so this is the first day of the regional 4-day competition. Round the wicket. Mohan is driving, gets it down to Shandapal at mid-on. Getting very gloomy. It's very gloomy here at the Connery playing field.
Just use that.
Bowls to Mohan. Mohan is onto the front foot, just ease it down into the onside. There is no chance of a run, so it has been very overcast here at Connery for the entire day. And it's getting darker and more overcast as the evening progresses. Round the wicket to Mohan onto the back foot, push it into the offside of the strip, the bowler fields. And there's no chance of a run, so you have not seen a run for the last 15 deliveries. And Mohammed has been kept quiet at the far end. He has faced 2 overs, no run. Round the wicket bowls to Mohan. Mohan gets it into the onside. So it's a quiet period of play for the Red Force. 209 it is for 4. And the Red Force winning the toss and batting here at Connery. As Pomal and Mohan is easily onto the front foot. So we're about to see the completion of another maiden over. 3 consecutive maidens probably. 1 more delivery remaining in this, the 80th over being bowled by Pomal from the far end. And Mohan is just easily onto the back foot into the onside to bring up the end of over number 80. So we've seen some 3 consecutive maiden overs. 4, as a matter of fact. I've been corrected by Latoya. So 4 consecutive maidens, Victor. And the score remains on 209 for 4.
Yes, and that's the efficiency of our scorers, keeping us right on par, keeping us on the ball. Thank you very kindly there. 209 for 4.
And we now see a conversation between the 2 umpires, also the standby umpires on the field. I don't know if they're questioning the light, because the light has really gotten very poor here at the Conway playing field. So we will see what will be the decision. And so umpire, or is it the... Well, all is well. The umpires, the standby umpire came onto the field of play. Over 80 has been completed. So maybe the new ball, as a matter of fact, was given to the umpires by the standby umpire. But I doubt they will go for the new ball because it's very overcast. I'm sure if they do that, it probably might have play being suspended because of poor lighting. But we'll continue with St. Clair from the media center end. So Mohammed will have another opportunity to score his century. Wicket, the ball to Mohammed. Mohammed is onto the back foot, into the onside, goes so for a single this time and gets it. So 100 to Jason Mohammed. He came into the middle when Mohan retired hurt, but he scores on 24, and he has now taken his tally to 100 not out from 226 balls, 11 fours and no sixes, a strike rate of 44.25. A very good innings by the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Super magnificent innings by Jason Mohammed. Well deserving. So good concentration, good shot selection. No indiscretions demonstrated here by Jason Mohammed, and also too, he did not present a chance in this very well played 100.
So it's 210, a very good innings by Mohammed, as Mohan easily onto the front foot. So another 100 has been added to his tally in terms of the number of first class 100.
Which is very good.
And Mohan onto the back foot, into the down on the onside of the strip. And the total remains on 210. So a strike rate of 44.25, 100 from 226 deliveries. As Mohan is onto the front foot, just pushed it into the onside or the offside. And there is no chance of a run. So a very good knock by the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Yes, and at Warner Park, the West Indies Academy, in response to the 137 which was scored by the Leeward Island Hurricanes, the West Indies Academy are now 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. Rashan Warrell, 13 from 37. Kadeen Allen, 2 from 13.
So Mohan is pulling into the onside for a single, so the total moves on to 211 for 4 in 8 over number 81. So there's 9 overs remaining, Victor. We have all of 50 minutes remaining, so they're most likely getting more than the 90 overs in the day's play, because it's 90 overs or 5 o'clock. So
well, and that would not come into the inclusion whereby it would interact or have any interjection in terms of your traveling back across to your lovely home in Nevis. And we do hope that you all, just as you made the journey safe, we pray and hope that you'll make it back safer or safely back on your way. But a good start here at the Connery Cricket Centre. This first day's play, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are up against the defending champions Guyana, 211.
So there's a signal, the new ball has been taken, it look like, is it? There's a signal of the no ball, so it's going to be... So the Happy Eagles have decided to take the new ball. And so it's going to be Cardigan. Cardigan will be bowling from the far end. So let us see how far we'll get into this time of the afternoon. It's overcast and the steamers that will be on. The new ball has been taken immediately after the 81st over. So the new ball becomes due and available after 80 overs. So they have decided to go for the new ball after the 81st over. And let us see if it will bring any success for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yeah, and I would like to believe that somewhere before the 90 overs, I would like to believe the umpires might just bring out the light meter with the new ball being taken to see it will be conducive to continue play. But that has not been exhibited at this present moment. So the second new ball has been taken. Can this second new ball bring some more success for Guyana, the defending champions, or more runs for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
So it's Cardigan, balls to Mohan. Mohan is swinging to the onside. He will go down towards the boundary for 4. So the first ball with the new ball short, and there was Mohan swinging to the onside down towards the boundary for 4. And with that boundary, the total has gone on to 215. So good shot from Mohan.
Yeah, he got himself into position quite early too, so that meant that he picked up the line and the length quite quickly, and his feet movement was quick in the crease, and he executed it nicely into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
So Neelan Cardigan in his 5th over, none for 19. First ball with a new cherry, swung away for 4. And Mohan is on 20 from 68 as he faces up to Cardigan. Get the deliveries, turn it into the onside. No chance to run. So Jason Mohammed bringing up his 12th first-class century. He's on 100 exactly from 226 balls. The Red Force batting first after winning the toss. And after 81.2 overs, they're scoring at 2.64, 215 it is for 4. So now see the 2 umpires consulting.
Yeah, I told you
so.
so.
And I'm sure that it has to do with the light.
Told you so.
Here at Warner Park, so a quiet word. At Connery, sorry, between Carly Tuckett and Jonathan Blade. So we'll wait and see. I'm sure if the light is offered to the batters, they will come off, Victor.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And even though the new ball was due to it, was obvious that the day has been overcast, and even more so at this latter part in the afternoon. Even though the new ball was due, I don't think I would have go for it in terms of the conditions. But they are in charge, they are out there. But as we have been saying, and it has been that way, we did not have any rain, but it has been overcast for.
So they are now having a conversation with the captain, Kelvin Anderson.
I believe the light is going to be offered to the batsman.
So quite a discussion between the 2 umpires and the captain.
As you know too, Gary, that law has changed, whereby before batsmen could have appealed for the light, but the umpires are the ones who are in control of the game, and they would decide if the light is good enough to continue, or if their opinion it is not relevant to continue, then they can halt the day's play.
All right, so
they have halted it?
Seems as though that's it. That's the end of the day's play here at Warner Park. Light has
Connery.
The light has been offered and has been accepted, and the umpires have deemed that the conditions here at the Connery playing field is not conducive for play to continue, especially now that the Happy Eagles have taken the new ball. Just 2 deliveries from the second new ball. Play has been suspended for the rest of the day, and the Red Force closes on 215 for 4, with Jason Mohammed not out on 100 from 226 balls. Vishan Mohan 20 from 69. We tell you that Cooper made 8 and Gooley made 3. Django put on a good partnership with Mohammed from 56 runs. He made 27. And then another good partnership for the 4th wicket of 115 between Webster and Mohammed. And Webster was caught Cardigan bowled Pamal for 50 from 93 balls. So at the end of the day's play here at the Connery playing field, the Red Force batting first after winning the toss, 215 for 4 wickets. And if you can get to some bowling figures, maybe it will be good. I don't know if you can get some bowling figures for you. But Victor, play has come to an end, but a good knock from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, a good knock by Jason Mohammed. Even strategically, though, the captain did not make a good move to take the second new ball because, as we said, it was obvious that the light was going to be offered to the batsman because it's been all day. But Mohammed, the man of the day, and he had good support from Webster and company. And at the end of the day, what Carlisle Powell did say in the opening remarks.
It's not the end of the day's play.
Oh, it is not.
Cannot call it until 5, just in case conditions.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we are being informed that the umpires can go back out to play if the light improves
Well,
in their
because
view.
and the stumps
they-
are still in the middle, so
and
it
the
means
stumps
that
are in the middle. So we apologize to our viewers that it can be reversed, not reversed, but up until 5 o'clock. If before that time, when play was due to be called the day's play, in the umpire's view, once they are satisfied that they can go back out, then play will resume. If not, then that will be the conclusion of the day's play. But at this present moment, 215 for 4, 81.2 overs have been bowled. Play has held up momentarily. If the light improves, and that has been confirmed.
So
by-
we tell you that play has been suspended for the moment. We have not gotten to the time of 5 o'clock, so the umpires will have to reassess and assess the conditions to see if light will improve, but it's highly unlikely that we will see an improvement in the lighting here, or the lights here, the conditions here at the Conway playing field, but we'll have to wait and see what will be the final decision. But we tell you for now, the players have gone into the dressing room because the playing conditions here at Conway is not ideal for fast bowling. It is very overcast, it's very gloomy, and the umpires have taken the players off the field. 215 for 4. Jason Mohammed is not out on 100, and he faced 226 balls. Vikash Mohan, 20 from 69 balls. And that's the latest from the Conway playing field. We will resume if we have a resumption of play before the end of play here on the first day.